Only thing,
Good morning, Kathy, can you hear us?
contract.
Oh.
Karen, were you talking to me?
The one that was, we're fine.
What was that?
Yeah, this one.
The one
Oh, can I hear you guys now?
with the fun, Kathy, with CA.
Oh, it's starting.
Jackie, can you hear us? Kathy?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Just take,
You're
double
welcome.
check.
Okay.
You're at the right place. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. You too.
Good morning. This is Angie Benally. Do we have any HES members who have called in? I do see Vice President on the call. Thank you.
Delegate James, Chair James on the line.
Okay.
Delegate is on the line as well.
All right.
Delegate
Chair, we have
Simonson on the
seven
line.
members on the line. My laptop is on mute.
Members in person.
Angie, I don't know if you got I said I was online. This is Delegate Simonson.
Yes, we do see you online, Vice Chair Simonson. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Tell them, we already got 10 million. Good morning, everyone. This is Chair James. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order here. Here at 10:07 a.m. We do have a quorum. So with that, the staff, can you do roll call?
Good morning. Roll call for the Health Education Human Service Committee regular meeting, Budget and Finance Conference Room, Winter Rock, Arizona, May 10, 2023. Roll call. Helen Nesbigay. Helena Nesbigay, my apologies. Present. Honorable Nesbigay, answered roll call. Honorable Chair Vince James.
Present.
Honorable Chair Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Andy Nez. Honorable Andy Nez.
I am here. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Honorable Andy Nez answered roll call. Honorable Jermaine Simonson.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson present.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson answered roll call. Honorable George Toth.
I'm here.
Honorable George Toth answered roll call. Honorable Curtis Yarita.
Here.
Honorable Curtis Yarita answered roll call. Chair, you have 6 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much for the roll call. And then we do have a quorum. So with that, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is invocation. Committee members, do I have a volunteer to do invocation? Honorable Unito, can you do that invocation for us?
Appreciate. HEHSC to sort of the dates is that any. I don't know could hear we need or the that sort of the day. On a yacht or someone in that region. And sans my other fish car. It was crazy sans on a cliche. I hear now calling him up in Bito. And John gon me at the house, at the yacht, a engine of any. Now should be that your own navy. Tito Benavita. I would aid of the equal agenda of GT Cargito. Yat on Junonda the so yat or a hone. And does ego yat over get out it, don't go yat over. A jada did Nathan Yakwag. At Havananitsa, I did Juno Jonah Eva and the Bigijin. On Juno Childa Hanaji Bigijin. But for the way Jehono de Fagit. He Washington has uneven rock. But I did not I signed that so. You're not on it, I thought not, Zenido different department naval nation. But on the Kudo 25th constantly clean that thought seats in Gito. I hear now Kudo a in Junogo a. In that case, not partly Nasa Dodge in Junobe. Assassin or they could guess of this in which we like Kudo mention none other yet. Nahandi days Naha that take the corner. And now is David Johnny Daho Chigo. I don't know what Yanya sheet and aunt in Jimmy Neto. Edo Kudo a Bassades and Donny. Up and down so doesn't the son that's what what ego a yago deve get you Hojana Slade or the Hojana Slade and last name, last name.
Yeah, thank you, Shatna Ash. Thank you for the prayer. With that, moving on to the next item, which is announcement. Committee members, do you have any announcement?
I guess I have an announcement.
Honorable Unito.
Yeah. Lego Rockville, Maryland, go send something, yeah. A cool in as this other send some that's not later over you. Even one say, yeah, although you a thought they should ask London, although in my best seat or yes, need to. But for the needed the Navy, which in that is that what it's east. But that has Sack case so without it, if that or you will lay 50 states, these thing that has so give a cargo, essentially the double the Ghana and then in the Gini that it not that what's it all. But that any dollar, one or she Pedayana, whole G's. I don't know, the 2006 or Obama. The Senator Cedillo in the Ecojet, New Mexico jet, Pueblo, San Pueblo, the Ajia, a she was state of Dini, the Ajia, Joe A. Garcia, TTAC, if not, the Tribal Technical Advisory Committee that Halyaba formed the Korea and they 12 tribal members throughout the United States in the Alaska or Albuquerque, and Nashville, California, Nicodo, Navajo, Oklahoma, Phoenix, Portland, Tucson, Ishino Nathan, they actually on the Ronnie on that because she get you what how do I be not to talk to the AP or not at the Harvard or you they and then you drug and that it all these and go for that and also you should be not in the store. Now nation that what that either I think of the Irish and the Jewish already is not old. It's need to be 3 years now. Ako ya de no. So hajda hes kala disno. Eşin sahalleşin betaş le to di penda dimiş. Ako bilgi ko ne ya di 988 bakal ne kaje say my to was to ne sign da sai san. Ya di de ne bir in da has ego an di suicide. Which in the house, like 911 emergency. Or whatever not, Nishla, according to image had a seat, either for the economy or in Western medicine that aid or the as they in a way to a good eye she done it was oh you basically unit at the hospital being. Then he essentially to me, then he now. I don't Yadida, Ego, the Ranavini, Credo, side at a baby son. I don't eat that, and go a deep basis without other conduct of Jiffich Ninde. Die with DB, don't be a hot fish store. A co eight anything, yard, they go as if, 1 month and a half in the year, the Havani with the Yeshing. The house, the 8 of those 1,000. Oh, that, ego, you were assess the door to bells and load up on in that ditch. You know, you are the Vago has 3 to other. Upon John go a yard, that's to be able to admit it. He kick out all that. Even nothing go a yard, she actually not they didn't know they don't be nature. It was assess the door, once a yard. They have Navajo Nation President Boo Nigel. She itself, non-delegate launching out of the she as an alternative. What's that? It is an announcement. Yeah.
Chair James, I have a quick announcement as well.
Thank you. Ongoing nature. That announcement and then your travel, your trip. Although the and shade behind these name. Although report in that he's done his acknowledgement. Thank you for that. So with that, moving on to announcement again, Vice Chair Simonson.
Call honorable colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and our staff. Thank you and good morning. Atana Todichin Lake and Sunday Twin Arrows Casino, the not invisible act commission will yell Sahnele Akoho Atana the Quinit Ashipin I see myself Delegate Nota speaker showed up for a little bit and then Amber Kanazbakrati and she sits as a commissioner la Ako ade da isinil to yego hitene lede hashin soko a missing murdered indigenous women and people e pahuin ko e kwat ashin out late social media be yo article ya das hito ya hashin sogo inta kaiki yik a kanda kaiki cho ya ta hazne ya trailing LMA with ya sana ishi but and long aji go ya hashin sogo ya ben do benina do wishta do Halit Allah Halit Shamakwa but east chinadish is no ya although is joy atinde do bahazanda atinde although Hashi Bakato was Haideno Trasigin the Atapo. Ado Kodo Ashlyn Mike Bamato Adahat Z Ado the Christian Bata Astole only Alaska Day in the Santa East Kai and the Has Kai Qua Hadadi Zitano. A coho o passion ike to yo later the nepe beswil neta. A coho it was a commission in lay our federal they issued that Helen a cut on nilo quite in the has tito di alla quite do yet the halon that are not the arodi it's allowed that atapo or amber alert in the do that it's the download that oh yeah the has now yeah chitahi aho a ko yeah ado kwa hashin hidden kwa hashin so go jo you hot about the hanne kwa Hashin amma aja away the tanlo hashin togo yo at the hakato bet don beta hayo zita la hate la cho you the net hot ye kanda kai quite qua data hotos nehe or the oya the hashin don lego sa di pa wheel net the do wish state need a quite yet shit these shinant Dida banda al dehigi hajo nihitene be besquilne o yat ado quite in the hokato quite ya she quite on hitch in the has igi qua beaten dakagi quite about the hosnet a coho hot hajo a deal netla on the sin ado or she hajo hot out in but is Johnny Ilzen dolly quado ado hot us at nai o coho ede ya bashin shinant ado ya ado bashin ado shishna old west dolly quide
Kat, Vice Chair, thank you for that announcement. Committee members, are there any other announcements? Committee members, I do have a couple announcements. We do have first, I'd like to make it known that we do have a government to government meeting that is scheduled tomorrow and Friday. So Ishin Santa Ana Star Casino, Ishin Adavan, in Santa Ana, Pueblo, New Mexico, which is the New Mexico Indian Education Government to Government Meeting. Ishin Adavan, that will be May 11th and May 12th. That's one of my announcements. Nana, the other announcement, we know that the Net College is having their graduation commitments on Friday, May 12th as well. Adonana National Technical University, May 12th on Friday is their graduation commitment. Ado on May 20th, we do have graduation for NAFO Preparatory School as well. So, that's on the 20th, which is on Saturday. And then committee members, tomorrow I do have a meeting at 2 p.m. At Behavioral Health in Fort Defiance as well. And that's in regards to the stolen people's stolen benefits. And that's working with Reva Stewart and Myron Aricho in regards to a lot of our NAFOs being transported down to rehab homes. And so last Friday, I did take part. I was the only one that took part of that walk down in Phoenix. And that was from the state capitol in Phoenix up to the Access building on the east side of the Diamondback Stadium. And there was a tremendous outpour of Navajos and other indigenous tribal members that took part of that walk. Where we're trying to make it known to access apply. They're providing resources to individuals that are coming across the ocean and coming into our country and creating or being awarded these fundings to fraudulently benefit off our native people, indicating that they're eventually in rehab. In most cases, it's not happening. In such cases, there are some positive rehab homes out there, and those are the individuals that are also hurting at the same time. I'm trying to progress and move forward on addressing a lot of our Navajos and our natives individuals in regards to having them be in that rehab home. So that'll be tomorrow at 2 p.m. And I believe Ms. Benali is going to set up the Zoom meeting link for us, and I'll email it to you guys if you have time to join. I know tomorrow we do have our Navigia kit meeting at 10 a.m. as well. And then 10 a.m. tomorrow also does many community schools promotional ceremony that will be taking place as well. 8 a.m. We reached an announcement Chicago really quickly from as chair. Also committee members, I believe we have Honorable Toth that would like to make an announcement as well. Mr. Toth.
Thank you, chair members of HEHSC committee, and so people on the line, visitors. This month is over, American Hat going on. Yesterday I was invited to the city. Other numbers as a Kenya other side. So I was over there and represent the Navajo Nation. In the past, I was the chairperson of the Navajo Council on Aging, so I have a little bit information on American other village Seattle. Seattle, one in Nordish Keys this morning. KKK on that area. So this coming next week 17 at Sweetwater, and then another one at 14 in Marco. And Luke a production that kind of person unintended. So it was good to be with our elderlies. And they were happy that we came to in front of them, giving the presentation and all that. So it is legal graduate, but the content book he isn't by it's about piece of evidence on speaker. I couldn't schedule 9 to allow the work session Friday, so that he's conflict of schedule. We like to be with our families and relatives or graduating from different university, college, and all that, even at the lower level emotional. And then my Baka school, they're going to have the emotional event tomorrow. I mean Friday. Of course, one day, Kandeo is a lot of different schedule we have. So issue we can talk about this later on, chair. How we can handle these invitations or that. Thank you.
I thank you for that announcement. I forgot to mention that on Friday we do have the Navigia work session. That's in regards to the division of community development of all the different projects that are listed. So 8 I forgot to mention, and that starts at 10 a.m. In the council chambers. So we have a lot of projects that are at the Division of Community Development. And they're just sitting there and they're indicating that they're short staffed and they can't move forward. There's capital outlay projects, especially in New Mexico. There's quite a bit of capital outlay projects that are there that are awaiting for it to start. And I mean, there's just a lot. Eventually, that was scheduled for Friday, on May 12th again. So we'll see what happens, and I guess we'll just have to multitask and see how we do that while we're all sitting at graduations and trying to figure things out. So appreciate it. We're going to
Chair James,
reminding me of that. Yes, Vice Chair.
yes, I have a question, clarification. The announcement you made on the access sober living home situation. So I'm seeing an email that came through from AG Ethel Branch, and she's only, so I guess she had a meeting Tuesday, and I think there are only 2 delegates included on there. So one, I'm wondering why that wasn't an invitation that was sent. Maybe I'm missing it, but I thought I looked through real quickly to recipients, and I'm not seeing all of delegates' names. So Ishide Haipa on Tuesday, and I think that we should ask for the recording, or and I see that maybe Miss Delegate Newton did request for recording to listen to, but I think it would be good if we maybe HES requested for that. And then the second thing you mentioned, Ariacho Denalba, I've been seeing his emails, but I'm seeing that he's signing off as maybe, I don't know if he's the owner or the liaison of a sober living company. So you said we're having a meeting, or there's a meeting scheduled with him tomorrow. And so I'm wondering, I don't know, how HES wants to go about that, because Miss Teresa Hatafi from Phoenix, Senator, she really wants to be to really assist in this, and access over there, and they're the ones really who hold the reins on everything that is happening. So I don't know, I think we should be strategic on who we meet with first, and that would just be my recommendation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. In regards to the meeting tomorrow, we are still going to have that meeting tomorrow. At this point, we don't have a breakdown of information, and this is a start. I know it's been addressed to us a couple times as committee, and then also as lawmakers of the Navajo Nation, but we really have not done anything up to this point. And we haven't done the legislation, we haven't done a work session on it. Tremendous amount of Navajo individuals, families, and even children of individuals that have been affected have been trying to bring this matter to our attention, and so I took the initiative to move forward with meeting with these individuals. And so I will continue to move with them, but it's totally up to you. But this is a start for us, a start to trying to address the situation that we've been hearing for quite some time now from our Navajo people. So, but I do concur with your recommendations and your thoughts. But like I said, we'll send out an email link tomorrow, and then we'll have that meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. Any other questions, committee members, or announcements? I just opened up my email for Friday, May 12th. I apologize, I said 10 a.m., but it's 9 a.m. So that will be happening on Friday, which is the Navigated Committee orientation work session. with Division of Community Development on projects. So 88, so it's at 9 a.m., not 10 a.m. I apologize for providing you the incorrect one. If there is no other announcement, Ms. Benali?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee, and good morning, everybody. I did send out a draft of the tribal educational priorities for the 2024 New Mexico State Legislature and New Mexico Governor Lujan Grisham administration. It is a 3-page document, and it's in draft form, so it's a working document at this point, but it was, I did it in preparation for the government to government meeting for tomorrow that's being held at Santa Ana Hotel, Casino and Hotel in Santa Ana. This was, like I said, it was a draft, and it is a draft, and the tool and outline for that meeting member to take with them, to the meeting, so that we had a list of what priorities had been before the Health Education and Human Services Committee. And these are all educational issues. Primarily, it's the impact aid money from the Martinez Yazzie case, and it's stressing the upward allocation to be inclusive in the discussion that where the monies are going to be distributed among the tribal entities within New Mexico, or tribal governments within New Mexico. And it emphasizes an equal and equitable distribution formula for the proposed Indian Education Fund. That hasn't been decided yet by New Mexico, but it was in one of the bills that was under consideration this past legislative session, and that the Indian Education Fund will ensure that tribal education infrastructure development and to provide quality education for the student population. Mr. Chair, and I don't know if you want to add this to the agenda so that you can take it, or at some point we can put it on the agenda and have it for discussion at later point, and for in preparation for if you can consider any legislation. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. First, I'd like to thank you and working together. You provided this listing and created this listing. Thank you on behalf of the Education and Human Service Committee. I believe at the moment, as far as I know, I did recommend Honorable Toll and Honorable Secretary Naz to attend due to them having some educational institution within their delegate region. I believe Honorable Toll is interested in joining tomorrow or traveling out there. I know Honorable Dr. Naz did send an email that he was unable to attend. But in that case, if there's no oppositions from committee members, I think Honorable Yanito is interested on attending tomorrow with Honorable Toll as well. And I would concur with that if there's no oppositions. So that would be totally fine with me. For them to attend. Those were the only two that responded. So through email. And so you have a listing here, and I think as committee members, I think it would be more beneficial to add it to the agenda, that we have something that's suffice, and then just make it as an ongoing document before we brought legislation to move forward with it. So 8 went on me, so you have a document to take with you guys tomorrow. So and thank you very much again, staff, for putting in the time and the effort to create this listening for the HEHSC committee. Thank you. Are there any other announcements? If there is no other announcements, so a recognition guest and visiting official. Yeah, thank you, party committee members, Finiki Health Education Human Service Committee members, Finiki, other staff, and then our chairman. Yeah, it's good to see all of you guys here again. Although from a Finiki, staff, good morning, all of you guys from different departments, from different divisions, yeah, and then also to our audience that are online. For joining in and listening to our HEHSC committee meeting this morning. So with that, we do have an agenda before us, but before I move forward, I'd like to ask if we have staff from Speaker's office and then staff from Office of President and Vice President. If you're online, we've been miscommunicated with two different individuals from Office of President and Vice President's office that is supposed to be joining this committee meeting. Do we have an individual from OPBP on the line? Representative from OPBP is sitting on HEHSC committee meetings. Going once, anybody from OPBP? I guess we currently still don't have an individual representing from Office of President and Vice President. And so hopefully we can maybe send an email to Chief of Staff and get that identified and that correction made on who's supposed to be representing OPBP. None of the Speaker's office, do we have staff that's on the line? Do we have anybody from Speaker's office that's here with us? From Speaker's office? Ado, I know.
Hello, Honorable James.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Sanlata Jim from the Office of the Speaker.
Okay, thank you for being on the call. So we do have a representative from Speaker's office, but not from OPBP. So with that, yes.
This is Meredith Thomas. I'm actually part of the Navajo Nation Washington office under OPVP, but I don't know if that would answer your question.
Oh, no, there is an individual that usually sits in on that is identified from Office of President and Vice President to sit on committee meetings. But we don't have that. I know there's two individuals that were identified, but I don't know who the main one is at this point. I don't know. We've never heard an individual.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable James.
I'm glad you're on the call, and we do have other division directors from different divisions here. Division of Health is here, division director is here, so but thank you for being on the call. They can have. Still no representative from OPBP. So with that, again, thank you, everyone. Before I also move forward as chair, and then on behalf of the Health Education and Human Service Committee, to all our mothers, our grandmothers, our Nala staff, happy Mother's Day to each and every one of you guys. Happy Mother's Day. I want to conclude with the announcement of recognizing guests and visiting officials. So with that, we'll move on to item number.
Sure, thanks.
Honorable, may I begin?
Oh, good morning. I just want to make an announcement that on Monday at 9 o'clock in the morning, Tanalia Day Schools, part of our site that we oversee, they're going to have a promotion. So Tuesday is 7 p.m. Farmington High School graduation, and then on the 17th, we have our Page, Sage and Sam and Mesa. That's an alternative school that they're going to have a graduation to. On Friday on the 19th, we have Wood Hills at high school, 10 o'clock is their graduation. So 8 principal, and then the 20th is that Navajo prep, and then at 7 p.m. is Page High School graduation. I wanted to share that with you and for next week. Okay.
Again, Honorable Nancy Gay, thank you for that announcement. With that, we are on recognizing, recognition to Yazzie official. There is no others. So with that, we'll move on to number 3, which is review and adopt the agenda. With that, Ms. Finale.
Chair, members of the Health Education Human Services Committee, you have your proposed agenda for the Health Education and Human Services Committee, Examination Council, that we're meeting May 10th, 2023. Presiding Honorable Ms. R. James, Secretary, and Honorable Denise and Ms. Vice President. Location is open Homes Conference Room, via telecommunications, and Rock Mountain Mission, Arizona. One call to order with all education announcements to recognize guest officials for your review and adopt the agenda. 4, review the document journals. 1 for April 26, 2023. of the meeting. 5, receive reports. A is a report from the Navajo Division of Health, Division on Aging and Long-Term Report documents. The issues update on available services and also staff meeting. Presenters are Mr. Vincent Health as Administrator for Dallas, Michelle Morris, Legislative Analyst, and Rhonda Tooney, Executive Director, all from the Navajo Department of Health. The report is from the Navajo Department of Health regarding the, and also from the Crown Wellness Center under the Navajo Public Health Services. The issue is an update on hours of operation and available services. Presenter is Regina Paul, Program Manager, the Diamond Health Service Administrator for Division of Public Health Services, as well as Michelle Morris, Legislative Assistant, and Ms. Rhonda Tooney, Executive Director, all from the Department of Health, Navajo Department of Health. C, the report regarding the Navajo Nation Peru Veterans Center. The issue is the status of the Navajo Nation Peru Veterans Center, an update on the opening and staff. Presenters are Ms. Bobby Ann Baldwin, Executive Director for the Navajo Veterans Administration, Leonard Hardy, Project Manager, Electrical Inspector with the Navajo Capital Projects Management Department under the Navajo Division of Community Development. Also, Benita Bennett, Community Service Coordinator, and Olivia Anderson, AMS, with the Peru chapter. D is a report and update regarding the Navajo Veterans Housing. Presented by Bobby Ann Baldwin, Executive Director for Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, also Patrick Sandoval, Chief of Staff, Navajo Nation OPVP. 6, old business now, 7, new business, A, legislation number 0097-23. Sponsor is Delegate Andy, Dr. Andy Ness. B is legislation number 0079-23. Sponsor is Delegate Vince R. James. And C is travel, 2023 graduation ceremonies and increases to health education and human services members from the College and also from the National Technical University College. The date of the graduation, they both are the date of the graduation. Then on Friday, May 12th, 2023 at 10 a.m. One is at Sadie, one is at Chibok and Finland for the new college. For the New Mexico. 8, close the meeting and now adjournment. Mr. Chair.
I can't have staff, legislative advisor, Ms. Finale, for reading the agenda. I can't have staff. So with that, committee members, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Benito. Do we have a second? Second made by Honorable George Schultz. George Schultz.
Here.
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 Okay. All right, Honorable Toll.
Computer bus. know how to play game on, just kidding. Good morning to all of you, Chair, thank you for giving the floor, also. Members of the committee, for those motel, as well as to pro. We got a call from, health department. So, we wanted a report from the, health division of health. Along with the aging, and my understanding, they are unavailable to give a report until next meeting time. It didn't die in me time, so they didn't have time to put the report together, so I want to get that off. The other one, under veterans, while I was driving, I met just driving back this way, I called the advisor here. It's supposed to have been not Patrick Sandoval, Kurt Sandoval, he's the veteran housing specialist. We would like to have an update on Veterans House, how far they at. And because the veterans, every time we go places, the veterans always come up to us. The disposition of these houses comes out of everything. I don't know if he's here, he's supposed to give us a report. He's doing. Patrick, Kurt. Oh, it's sitting back there. It is by accuracy, basically, motion forward. Okay,
I can't have the honorable vote. I don't, for those, motion party, the main motion is honorable Benito. There's a request from your colleague, to defer item number 5A. Report now for Division of Health, Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support Delphics to the next HEHSC committee meeting. And on page 3, there is a correction that Honorable Toll has indicated. And that is to delete Patrick and insert Kurt Sandoval. And then also delete Chief of Staff, now Coordination Office of President and Vice President. I don't know, Kurt Sandoval is on title. What is your title, Mr. Sandoval?
I am Senior Housing Specialist.
Senior Housing Specialist. So that will be replaced with Senior Housing Specialist. We don't need, and then of course it'll be under now Coordination of Veterans Administration. So that would be the corrected. Possible Benito, you're agreeable with that?
Concur.
Okay, Nana, honorable so.
Yeah.
So those are some delete defer item A and then correction on item D under presenters. So those are 2 items that were addressed to the agenda. Are there any other corrections, deletions to the agenda? Honorable Benito?
I'll like to modify the agenda, add on a report from Dr. Victoria Yazzie. She's present here with the mom. She's with she has an issue with San Juan School District in Utah. And within the school, there's always like a manipulation of policy and procedures that I think that we should get involved in. And I believe that there's misinterpretation with school policy as far as like hiring process, personnel and issues as like firing and replacement Navajo employees with non-Navajos, and that's what we're facing in Utah. And she's been trying to get help from other sources, but there was nobody to get involved in. And so the last time when the Lieutenant Governor Henderson was here at the chamber, there's a Western Miss Navajo. She present that case to her, and then she was going to look into it, but nobody addressed that. And so she faced me with the problem that she has, and I'd like to have her on report on number 5, where it's been replaced. I mean, where it's going to be needed for next month's meeting. Each kid of the motion party and those cases and Mr. Pope. And the case, she will present herself and we can go from there. It was out on this case, and I think this is a legal issue that I emailed Anderson, Benali, Ms. Benali, other this person on the committees. I would on each kid committee, so on, so forth. We allow Ms. Victoria Nash to present her case here.
Thank you, Honorable Benito, for that request. And the request that you made is to insert Dr. Victoria Yazzie under 5 as item A. So that was the request that you made, and you as the motioning party, you're concurring that. And then so with that, moving on to the second motioning party, Honorable Toll concurs with that. So that would be a report from Dr. Victoria Yazzie regarding San Juan School in Utah. So the motioning parties are agreeable. Are there any others add-on deletions, corrections to the agenda, committee members? If there is none, if there is none, I'd like to ask the motioning party if we could insert the 2023 draft semi-annual Indian education on tribal educational priorities for 2024 New Mexico State Legislative and New Mexico Governor Juan Grisham's administration. I'd like to make that request to the motion parties to add that under new business as item C. I do. Okay, so concurred by Honorable Benito and Honorable Pope. And so that would be under new business as item D. So that would be an add-on D for listening to the Okay. All right, so that would be the item D under new business to add on tribal education priorities for the 2024 New Mexico State Legislative and the New Mexico Governor Juan Grisham administration. Committee members, are there any others? Corrections, deletions, add-on to the agenda? If there is none to our health education human service agenda, I will request for a second reading on staff.
If, Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee, you have your amendments under 3, the review and adopt the agenda. One is to defer the existing 5A from the National Health Benefits report to next week. Also, there's a correction in the name under 5D regarding a report update by the Navajo Veterans Housing. And that's to correct the name of, to indicate or delete Patrick Sandoval, Chief of Staff, OPBP, and insert Kirk Sandoval, Senior Housing Specialist with the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. And also to add in place of 5A, a report by Dr. Victoria Yazzie as a community member regarding the issues can be the San Juan School district in Utah, and expressing or indicating concerns. And also under 7 new business D is going to be the draft, which indicates the listings of the tribal education priorities for the 2024 New Mexico State Legislature and the New Mexico Governor Lujan District Administration. Mr. Chair.
Thank you again for doing the second reading. And then for the record, I just also want to mention that we do have our chief of staff, Honorable Carolyn Yazzie from OPDP on the call as well. So with that, thank you for the second reading. You have a motion and a second adopting the agenda. With that, Honorable Yanita.
I share that, but all,
No, vote.
oh, okay. So, green.
Honorable Cho,
In favor, sir.
Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Dr. Nez, voting to adopt the agenda. Vice Chair Simonson.
Green.
VI text, VI text, she votes green. Okay, Honorable.
Mr. President, green.
Agreed.
Green. Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green.
Thank you. So with that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, we do have our Health, Education, and Service Committee agenda before us. So with that, moving on to the next item, item number 4, which is review and adopt the journal for April 26, 2023, regular meeting. For others, what on software that things again, what probably for those committee members, maybe if they want to go to.
Motion, sir. To set the journal as is.
You had Honorable Toth makes a motion to accept the journal for April 26th regular meeting as written. Second made by Honorable Nance Begay. Are there any questions, committee members? Those up on those kids of the role of the classes there. How many are here at then before? Shade ya eight for none of the roll call. Honorable Unito.
Green.
Honorable Toth.
Green.
Honorable Dr. Ned. Voting to accept the April 26th regular meeting as written. Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Nez Begay.
Green.
With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, we do have the adopted journal here before us. So with that, moving on to item number 5, reviewing reports. Here we do have a report that was inserted, and that is a Chahir report from Dr. Victoria Yazzie. Are you here? You can go ahead and come before us here. Good morning, Dr. Yazzie, and good to see you. Welcome to our Health, Education, and Service Committee meeting. And we will provide you 20 minutes to provide your report. If you do need additional time, I will ask the committee members at that time to provide you additional 5 minutes to continue on with your report. Once you complete your 20 minutes, I will call for a motion in a second. And after that, the committees will ask questions and we'll just go back and forth answering and questions coming from the committee members. So your 20 minutes will begin now. Thank you.
Chair James, so your HEHSC committee on the squad at night, so trying to be those they had. So now Nadina so squaddy in like in a coyat around the photo are decimal Nike yat don't actually the change and it was a sheen or in the chain in the Shinalende. Look at how they hold yet easy not to Sabine just for the any other. The Bahu net or that the corruption. Oh, yeah, they are not so hard and so not only the not not Ingi to Honorable St. James. Shea thought Monmouth Valley did not shy. Laura tells a hint she had it's uninsured, but it's not much she no can't understand for the tree. That's another. A call should on the Monmouth Valley there a call she or Inish ahagi is channel and not just and my aro the baltra and leko. The art Monmouth Valley High School has any video the art a community what lagi what hadish ko or quite han so that aroshi even as a net or Mr. Ki where Oscar I saw one that I seen and that this year a call all last year Ajo Oscar Shinash on Nata or Shamadi Nahod Edo Dido the one hitch that Lada do a hadat and a shan. People hadat then just no I don't open this kiddo boss aro Shanghai Nido les Bains Kado principal that vice principal that Haloto Haekado Jagi ain't the best kid so a yarn doesn't it a to Heshi to then even I did kid in the event has on the in tradition. I don't know so just one nasi no nasi yeah to Bashiat Eta. Okay. I don't know see late action of Kaddish was so I do hot air lashes and alone in a shananish but ania arodi ocean and then kidia do substitute nice be get do sidigi bego they are near hot ela the laguna they Allah aro the activities though the programs JOM that all these Native American programs and the job the bekanda lot the la aro action the fail at ila aro IEP the job jonogo ke on ya the halya the la to action you in trouble joy dings and or expel the la the parent complaint a hello land and adoya and dust either la do chin does negi do sto in the Richfield the play of yamas pego a sto chinigi danigi a caviar a do discriminate the ilia a court of that eldo the game rest and liningi was a bit of unfair go a hot ado ye the house shine bin also yeah the house do yes yeah not eat a codish and liningi a Leah Blackwater had go a team captain Geelong for a what the shne on the you has on in guest get though a in strap ne ko ebe hanzi nzadits and she ohodos biego ben kets zido left the snow a what a the kugoshi yeah I was in Holland around the 8 chapter house in here a hat abe has seen the other around John Hayan dust either around the class son and non a school be it though a just put up the job get hashid on Jonago principal give is not this not nishtalla a coco around that dini hina needs that I don't know but better hasn't the lati chinedi never whole heritage teacher and down the age at call the Baltra and the call your Bahajoro and laid at the Hanson call. Aron Nasi Dr. Yazzie Haliasali conjugal chin in the neck etch. Oh, ye just get the one until Liningi or you be behalong. As China Bistan Jonago. A question I thought a China Benevich and the husband will laugh out I did get the talk. A what the Shana Dashi Hogla Bedrin, the has the dot I think quite old Kagich air that on air than no the AO or natural dal in the Hadon the Shin. The agent Nia, I don't mean Brazil, Jola, Wadon, Juno, Ka, Yagi, Behalon, Sadi, or Belak, and Need the Nadlan Sadila. Yagi, Yaqua, Aqua, issue, be just kitchen, baby, Anya just can't quite. The Lagana alone, but that's a Dani, the Vishaid, what out a Kodahala, the has no action, but the has never hasn't they on. A question or the gist, the alcohol. All budget the higher or the Dr. Yazzie dice need do the Abis Kando watch a Dr. Yazzie a lay ho and not the family issue any yadati ya a not on not that they know a or school out as need la around day school and knock in the bed house and up the hashid up the bed house and just an echish the hasn't. Ako has on there what our a nas kado di the balt dan the large than has running a what action ye in ya that has ala. Eben yeshe what kidi yado has edon nisto askeda la a what and has good and then la a what ultra they deal as aro what on nisto the big do what an hin action hana dog haye. نخد بدأ التخد ولا تيمكن أن تكنون كأل أي ناس تقول أدي بني يدا نو أي هت أصلا نات له بيجي هت أي هذا السين أي هت أشي ناس لدشنا تشي باشن أو كدي أما دو جدًا دني دو أشي دو مثلا دني كوي أنا هست كوي دو أشنا فادشنا هت أي بني يناشن سو أي هت أبي هستي ولا أرو شيء دن تشوت دوت أجي Aro HEHSC Aro Koro the Hananis Digi AD Quanal Tosman Degi A Quat Mado Jeff Wardo Masan Chedo the Qua Ultra has Agi or ye Hodat Eda should know a Quanal Tos Art she should a la complaint letters Ado A not talking the Ja A Ado A Lay now Nation Board of Education Legi Aja A not so span Ja Ado I should open and not so each so a complaint letter on the a quaggy vessel in the vessel and the or George either Jo a shade and they got not cutting national or a vessel about wicked in course a co Aja basement the Higgy Yoshi thousand or co but your elka yan that or on days or the late. A co a stop by Sahan Schlon they do hot air with the schneidy quite not on in the house funny. Aro a quite not on in the house funny a skate and lile a shade of the bars and the quite for past here quite not in the store quite about wet door yaje quite and that in the slate or the bad and the conde the lagonic at a chain of command and nigi to be that the la a co a art kissing that in the store. And they had it she now go a quite a co art a quite cut the that initially other than that other part that on there a other quay a art higher a can end that art a the lagana a co a original so fun nilo ado a she jo set us down there a other النشوة إيش بالنادي ومدن ذنيجي عاد quite كادي الوطنة quite بكايش ينسند هذا هالسارة هذا أوش شك ناس يزنها اللانغو quite نيلو quite ناس كذا شدو need عاشي ينسد كيسكو Eight asa heidi lado shed nilsos esto aje panashte esto ati the koje esto mado jako alchin aje da alkhagi do ishin ban yanda khagi aje esto benashte ako the Human Rights Commission aje naltos esto naltos yahi das in aje I don't go United States Department of Justice, just civil rights. Esto which the legal and the being this man so no Koishlado, Iana, Kai at Kaishla, a case daily, Oko, Ado San Juan School District, no, though you can't touch us, you have, we are on state land and Kishna. She found out any on his shade on it's on state land, he didn't know. 11 year had a genetic that no ya, Hala Ayan Boston at the Oscar is 98% of our neighborhood students who at the Oscar at the hospital around the school age or on the a trust land. You should be carrying a coded we want to get the map and everything. No, you can't touch us. We're on state land. No, we can do what we want to do in that school. A lot of the hiring practice nepotism, discrimination, that FM, so Hadish file, so. The hundreds of but no, I don't there's parents, a group of parents here. Dido had added no call I just saw we go to their school board meeting, we went to the chapter meeting. We asked for resolutions, we asked for forensic audit of the school for the schools. Blending they provide all these resources and activities for the kids. Cochiendo, but and shift one validation the Askaigi, the net arch the Askaigi, arch a yarn the busting we get the second hand, the unneedy, Haishing the unneedy, up the urgent days, but they get a Kojinda, and finally, we think it's new, but it's not. What that ye would be it. What are the issues? I can send it to Nico and then she disperse it or link. I don't know, source data, the United States Department of Justice Civil Rights, source it's each side, he can disperse that to you. Investigation, they be nisty Banjik, they had no what's on source, which HNE Lado, San Juan School District, Dasatagi, which a quite school on the opposite of the school, a quite church, LDS church, quite nishi, couldn't and quite nish. So, what agi, a cornish Halate ala ashore that the no yet the shadow conshama shama bedishno to all ye ka amado ja che masan alada and later as halate ala that the no yeah the nihita korora and kata halate ala aren't and hinas on that and so yeah a current honey aj late in that with that deal with ye a complaint letters a day lad or chin as though after petition a day la sad yeah had the been lay school board meeting with what on the house come she down away the away that she got that's not but that mean the object of Ghana. I don't the beast I don't the hand the or what's I don't board meeting was over. I don't what that play. On in fashion been a with the gene a chin a job. I don't walk up a store chinayanas Adjournment Valley High School. No a walk out the la 11 administration. So then he's on the no a what's that he go had seat of the north so that they la these Naja has so Halit Alan Hikato Chata no yes chin a up in the San Juan school board. Abe Aje Hatahasti Ado Abe Sto Amado Jedorchin Anle Oljeto chapter meeting Guna Sto Aje Sadia Hadasti Ado Abe Ko Anhas Tani Egi Ashin Aje Puchin Dolne no give that recommendation to give it back to the school board. No, or they're just sending it back and forth to each other, but there's no resolution, there's no solving the problem of the issues that are happening within the school district. Ako, Mishitats Ekoro, Ahalet Ala, your advice and your ideas and suggestions, and to make this right on behalf of the students. We don't want it to continue the next fiscal year in the same manner that it has been. And this hasn't just started just recently. It's been a practice of San Juan School District for many years, and also including the dismissals of employees within the school district. If they're they voice and they're very vocal, they get to be, they're the ones that get targeted and they get dismissed from the school district within San Juan School District. And so we're just seeking for your help in resolving some of the issues, and the issues are very long and in regards to the school there. So that's why we came before you today for help. That's it.
Reserve your time.
Reserve my time. 2 minutes.
Does that complete your report?
Do you have any questions? I want to.
Thank you very much. That does complete your report. So with that, this committee members, I think there's, we know that there's always two stories to everything. We don't have the education that is here as well. But it is totally up to you guys as committee members on how you guys want to move forward. At this point, all we're doing is just hearing a report from you. We can't take any actions, we can't do anything. All we are doing right now is just being listening ears and listening that report.
Oh,
So there's really no actions that we can do on the reports. So it's just a report that you provided to the HEHSC committee. Again, furthermore, depending on how the committee would feel and then how you would feel, I think it would require to set aside a separate meeting from HEHSC, and then to sit down at the table and discuss and have a small little work session regarding the issues and concerns of what you submitted to Department of Education, what documents you were talking about. We don't even have any documents before us. We have nothing before us that you provided. All you provided up to this point is verbal information. So that's all we have here, and I have to keep the meeting in order, and I just want to inform my committee members just to caution yourself of stating names and so forth, because we don't have any documents in anything before us. So I shouldn't tell me how you guys want to move forward as committee members, but that would be my recommendation, is to set a date, slide with the Department of Education, and then sit down and then talk more further about it. That way you're not given a limited time, and the committees will be going back and forth with not being in order and so forth. So any other action on the meeting, sheet up on some case like that. Before we move forward, I'll go ahead and call for a motion. Accept the report. Motion made by Honorable Toth. Second. Do we have a second? Second made by Honorable Yanito. So with that, again, thank you for your report. So with that, committee members, do you guys have any questions? Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Chair, members of HEHSC committee, I'm sorry to say that I know what's going on, and always an issue about certain group. So, one of the questions I have is the school board, is it the state school or is it the tribal control school?
It's a public school.
Okay, that's public school, thank you. I guess, what we can do, Chair, is give it to the education, see. They can, along with the complaint that was, drawn in writing.
Mhm.
And all the documentation that was done at the school by students, by the chapter. And then give us a copy of it.
Mhm.
And then I would ask the chair of this body to refer this to in education. I guess it's already filed with Mr. What's his name? Mr. Gordon. Yeah, I found that. We just wanted to see, and then if possible, I know it's kind of out of our jurisdiction, that it's kind of the above. So, if we can work with the education and see how school board, up and
Bilagana, I know I saw Asian now, definitely.
So, at least we can do that, you guys, I know. We still, or now these dollar, the government, they don't respect us. So it's not only that side, could you go? I'm not enough Bob, we'll probably do next time is meet with the San Juan, school official that we did with Arizona.
Mhm.
So those some of the issues that we need to send out. I wish we had the enforcement to go after them, but it's only one side. We gotta hear from them too. I know they can deny all this. But somehow, I know what the frustration you're going through, putting yourself in that people's complaint. And I wish all of them would be here and voice their concern. See somehow. So hopefully somehow we can go around the trial. PI wouldn't be that. Teacher presentation. That kind of go down. So if the state official can do the same thing and work with us. Could you New Mexico? We probably go to that side too, meet with them. They on all concrete. That the notion, I don't think so. But again, if you do this, not when you get the kids, then Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tom. Honorable Unita.
Oh, yeah, but all, so that's the, and Arena, Chevy, Utah. On these school district. Although a class change can put a change was being kind of said, I should shade out for fun. That NGA, Benit source. Atibina, I would ask the legislative council. Was it the well? Low, sorry. APS is called the Sinajini case, did it not? After they did that, Neoyanas, the in the school, on the planning, the Sahado, they no. Although the DR in the teaching years, sports like in the netto, the academics that, not the scholarships that, any that. Oh, yeah, the Yopaya. Even in our so the ADE, I think we need to look into that too. I don't the 18 question that is would have been the census number there in the peso. That's it. But they on the medical that on dental that in the wood. Because the chain they all are the sneak of sometimes I say I'm in the wrong class. But on that which you get what you mean. So I think that the education that many things are need because our school board is studying other things in the video. E a Cubana in video Ajit Pasita. I think Ado Congress, ABA Yato, the Nay, each other, Zendo, Baba Net, Zanda, Sergeant others. But Sada was eight of that, Sergeant out in the Gis, so asking as though the Kodo Nenda. I don't know, either out, the lack of Navajo elective academic that Ningi the Nebazad. Esto not entiendo de no. It's been going for 20 years litigation. To that no either the LDS is Ningi it would to that no the best is the which that in no a 1997 yeah down. It is a lot of data of the in his yet on in I don't the a been nothing. The non city case I don't the in the school department stars in the little it's a mind stimulation. That's the main priority to teach kids. Because even Nasita, your Conabans, the Christian. 8 either because the aunt opposite state of Utah. Because shade of God, the school board with I stayed the Ajay door. It was done over in there. So these school board even Nashi for a yard on the we're dealing with mental health here. Because children in the area is the alpha has on the area. Typical not because of protests. 8 orders they are not part of it all. So that any or you the net in and so it didn't. 80 or stuff it all. Now they're disturbing our children. Acquire what are one such case go to these near yes, so they would have been now but all you did another I don't the last a kid in the ball and change on this that started in when I did cover story. A chain and us these on this one each part. I had that discipline for she's even there. Even the convert in the art in his art stuff. They did the morning, then he did LDS Ningi. At these schools, only it died days on my could not receive a mission day. No, yeah, these LDS, they go on a mission. Conley Harishin Dark, right? By that church. Years for employment, so take over the area. So I think of it is I think they need to remove that LDS church. A good on such cases, so it would end to end here, didn't any. I don't know. I think it would get you the door. It's not good for our health. Out of the community, so out of it is so. So in here, either corner, I thought they don't say yes, then you are able that. So as a committee, we need to approach it. A project, so a suicide without we use alcoholism. I don't the edit this that is standing there. I don't see your own young data. So that a job on it and though a job meeting that it's I don't know that need people don't not so since you died and nothing. It would I one such case what are the feature from the meeting things.
Committee members, are there any other questions? That, thank you, Honorable Yaniko, for that.
Chair James, this is Jermaine. I have not really questions, but a comment.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, yeah, it's a non ado ade ama no shinigito Dr. Victoria Yazzie Sheha cut out Nihisho Agi Bing Hisnahosne Ado Ani do then he has added a cohort da only only na shahate sto hashing so go a hotel hitchin it ya qua shitsiligo ba all trao a coho sto age 80 principal do administrator dal yehigi ado state school hashing so go ya biado dachis jao anand ako age jo belgana you see age danahaz tra ako hashing so go do ya ashwa dashe is kitney kaho age ado qua hajo ani chain of command will yell but hashto gashe aqua o kitney kato o sis has o Okoho shishitsile et jojo anit naga ado iltra nlede ado shaol tratole ado yesigi eya dilchenen del tihigi sports cross country edi yesi coach eben yen no ado okoho kwa chene coaches on the jonago do chobetan ligo a kohona sonda shit that do shijata tabasno a koho hat janoni esho na hai aro yad ya yine ligo a kohon den hotagila a koho shit sele lete should not be a ho do shachido shadow yahos Ako do e bet the lata do e hate either. Ako a quita yila go yego bitchit no he's not yego bitchit no he's not binit ye. Ako yego e ya hashing soguna na do squisho na hashish. Ako e ya ako yego e what sita chit na halonch e biga ha lawyer and the there's nothing you can do because they haven't actually taken an action on his end. He wasn't actually fired, but until there's that action, then you come back and you file a case. Ako eto te leoja kwa agent that he's not ako or they weren't doing that, but they were just saying you're going to go through this our process. No, okay, had they just fired him, we would have been able to come back and do a lawsuit right away, but they wouldn't. So it was really difficult. So I understand, have an understanding of something like what you're going through. Okay, my thought is just, and again, going back to our legislative council, our legal. Okay, di that's what's out there. Ni kepa otra atasha. Cut ego budget na hui na go that's hard to be baka ilwet. Auto and what capacity did we intervene or assist aro ADGA aro jo parents to amato jado ye go behodni tati ni sa ol kaz agi John he ya adequate le ol on ya away a con a tabi yo a binda a con ya hashing so go ho tabi yo ni a coho that's a parent sila halet la yenit idole aro kwata Joe 90, you said 90 some percent is a native population school. So without you, they can't really have a school. So if you were to take drastic measures, what would that look like? And then, as parents, as community, you could organize in that way too. So, what's on Haban's case, but I would be interested in maybe talking with our legal to see if we'd ever intervene in such a situation and what that intervention looked like. Could I, Chair?
Take long, but I always have that hope, I hope. So there, they did that thinking.
Thank you, Honorable. With that, I will go ahead and give you some time to respond. Dr. Yazzie.
Chair, Mr. James for allowing to do the closing. Just want to say, yes, we have, we refer to policies and procedures, and we do have with Navajo Nation the memorandum of agreement with Utah State. We wanted to take care to, making sure that we do instill Navajo and within that school system, and they're not adhering to those policies that have been set forth by the nation as well. With the out there, the spot, so we say that we adhere to do, and that's how based on the they don't go to some subcontractors that we make with the Navajo Nation and with the school district. Those paperwork are in order in regards to the funding sources as well. So so I just want to thank you for allowing us to hear us out, and yes, we have all the documentations and complaint, and we would love to set that special meeting, and we will have more parents and students and to come forth in regards to what is going on, and we just want to make sure we provide awareness at this level to kind of let you know that we are, even though Mon Valley is the northern side of Arizona, and we just want to know that our voices need to be heard, and don't forget us, even though we're in that little corner. And we speak for Mon Valley and also Whitehorse, because I also teach for Whitehorse School District as well too. So in the office and the school district. But there are a lot of issues that are concerning, of course, across the nation, but not as distinguished as I have came across, and I have observed, and I have walked and breathed by being in that school system for myself and seen it. So I just want to thank each one of you, Mr. James, for listening to us and investigating also, I know we lost our science and adult. I don't audit, next audience, and then all the listening. We just appreciate, hearing not only my voice, but the voices, my voices coming from the voices of other kids. We need to put action to our own words of when we say action by things. This is my way of helping my community and many communities across the nation, that this cannot continue here. So they would that they have to speak on it. So no, again, the street don't come. I'll start with
Only there, I young jungle, like, for a loss, a classroom, or a international, the donor, no. We like it, and cut the old chimney, and I either that's not, you know, that's why I want to. Shy, we laid it on so that you need it. But they are the about a meeting, the old picture, cut for them. I'm sorry, Avon says, in a lot shot of vision that I need and oh, you was started a bit. I would say, well, how to do, I shouldn't have done that, you do the cards, and so I'm thinking, I feel about that, the card given I got. Coin it on something there. To do else, no, to do your horse on. A the kind of side of the A and A and student need the students which may not be meeting. They have they hold the living on the way. I'm that give me on the mission. I'm giving there in one of the kids. I don't need to see what's in the I don't the need care all. In that, well, every 1 year, they have in the for development, which a about seeing it. Oh, the kid, not diet, and in how I'm seeing those, yeah, a bit similar, in those community. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the response. I believe Honorable Nancy Gay has a comment question.
Oh, yeah, it's happening. So I didn't know how no, as you did, you had. So, and sharing your concern with us as HEHSC committee. I think it's not just only your school. That this is happening and other public schools were encountering those with other public schools. So I don't know if nobody can do anything about it. Simply as HEHSC we probably have to go back to each state again, like we did with the state of Arizona. We still have to meet with the state of New Mexico and Utah too. But each public school have Indian education, a representative from those factors. We like, I've been addressing that and late August, chapter 1 for $100 back to respond back to the chapters. Put on the question and letter, you can put on the store, put on funding team. You know, they're not responding back to the chapter. That's probably that's why they're just like taking. They want to treat the way they want to treat our kids. But the bottom line is that we just need to network and work with the people at the school level too, the superintendent. Just to the love for everything. Or the school board door. Or AD the Saxon that Washington got in general. I don't want to cut I think harder. Or you know, we have to address these before it goes any further. I guess, you know, we just don't have the two schools, but we have other schools like that, public schools. So this co-chair, I'll give it back to you, and we probably have to work together as HEHSC to come up with something to help our students and our parents. If you have.
Thank you, Honorable Nancy Gay. For the meantime, since you guys provided the report to us, I have staff work with HEHSC and Doty to provide a date and when we can meet. And then Dr. Yazzie will continue in the meeting as well. I don't know what Department of Education can share with us to some extent, because you did mention some of the personnel issues and concerns. So again, I will leave that up to the Department of Education and then the doctors that provide it to their office as well. And then Honorable Toll had brought up a point as well. In regards to meeting with the superintendent of school, we have not done that and scheduled that yet with Utah. That is a part of our to-do list as a committee to travel out to Salt Lake City and to meet with superintendent of school. And then other agencies, entities, departments under the state of Utah. We've done that with the state of New Mexico. We've done that with the state of Arizona. We just and that with the state of Utah. So again, I will leave that to staff to schedule a meeting with HEHSC Jody for himself to get more further clarification. And maybe after that, that would be another document that can be added to our list to address with state of Utah. So thank you for providing the report to us. Thank you. There's no other comments or questions from committee members. I don't see any or hear any. So with that, safe travel home. And thank you for the report again. And once again, happy Mother's Day. And so with that, I will we will have a motion and a second on the floor. Motion made by Honorable Code and second made by Honorable Unito. With that, I will go ahead and do a roll call vote. Honorable Honorable Toll. Honorable Dr. Ned.
Name, email and phone number.
Honorable Dr. Ned.
Green. Green.
Set report.
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Green.
Vice Chair Simonson, voting. Honorable Nancy Gay.
So where you living?
Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green, can you hear me?
Honorable Dr. Nez.
Yes, can you hear me?
Honorable Vice Chair.
K-I-N-G.
Green, S-A-N-C-A-N-E.
Honorable Vice Chair votes green via text. So with that, we do have 4 in favor, 1 member not voting and chair not voting. So with that, report. Hold on, I just received another text from Dr. Name. We're going to go screen. So with that, we have corrections on voting tally. We have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Thank you, committee members. With that, moving on to the next item, which is item. Moving on to item B, under 5B5. And then item B, report, which is Navajo Department of Health. Crown Point Wellness Center, Navajo Public Health Service. And the issues are in regards to update on hours of operations and available service. Do we have presenters here? And we do have the presenters here. So with that, I will go ahead and give you the floor to provide your report. Dina Paul, Program Manager, Kate Diamond, Health Service Administrator, Division of Public Health Service, Michelle Moore, Legislative Analyst, Navajo Department of Health, Ron Laturi, Director, Navajo Department of Health, Navajo Department.
What did I do?
So for Adam, so with that, we do have our presenters here. Again, it's in regards to update on hours of operation and then available services within Navajo Department of Health, Crown Point Wellness Center. So with that, presenters, I will provide you 20 minutes. If you do need additional times, at the completion of the 20 minutes, we have a consensus, we'll provide you additional 5 minutes. Once you are completed and you are conclude your presentation, we will go call for a motion in a second and then ask for questions and comments from committee members. And then from there, we'll just go back and forth. You being recognized to respond to the comments and questions. With Ed, so with that, your 20 minutes again now, the floor is yours.
Jay was not calling yet. So it's in front of the Russian, how long the national for the national. They basically calling in the buses. First and foremost, I'd like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to provide information. Honorable Chair, to knowledge things again. Auto, Vice Chair, their meeting signs and online as well, and members of us. Well, I would like to again say thank you and provide an update. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Good morning, members of the HEHSC committee. Thank you guys for allowing us to be here and give a report. Alex Holman, a health service administrator for the Division of Public Health Services. So, Kiani Mishlet and Salish Blackfoot. I'm sorry, Blackfoot but it's cheating at the Chase and German mission of it. So originally from Cornville, Arizona. So I just want to say thank you guys again, and also to Ms. Ball for her work on opening the Wellness Center. I know it's a big priority for the OPVP, so she's been doing a lot of good work in that regard. So if there's anything I can do to assist her in opening up these wellness centers for our people, I'll definitely do guys. Thank you all.
Ja, run 2 million share. But I mean, the Sean, I started on a versus 2 million, but me, a versus K, that in the army, there's another. Not to report on it, I'm sure that this is with the best ones. Thank you very much for including us on this agenda today. And I just want to be able to say that I have full confidence in Jay Diamond as well as Regina in addressing a lot of the issues concerning the wellness centers, as well as the special diabetes program, and as well as the other programs that Mr. Tolman here represents. He was actually just promoted about a few weeks ago to the HFA position, the Human Health Systems Administrator position. Essentially what that is really just the deputy director type of position. And so there's 4 of them under the Department of Health. And we have Mr. Hellman here, as well as Del Yazzie. He is also essentially the ultimate deputy director for the office of the executive director. So he will be presenting at the next HEHSC committee to go over COVID numbers, as well as syphilis and hantavirus. And so he has made that request to the advisor through Michelle Morris here, our legislative analyst. And so I just wanted to kind of give you guys that update that were some changes essentially with the executive office within the Department of Health. So thank you guys for having us. And I'll go ahead and have Michelle introduce herself or herself. You should 2 of her. Good morning. I'm Yazzie. Staff the Michelle Morris and Chair as the Cardinal Organization. Chief Engineer Auto for Canada of the South Auto provided and was not Auto Mississippi and Secretary of Analyst in the Department of Health. Good morning, everybody, members. Okay, so I'll go ahead and begin my report here. So 2 months ago, I proposed a date for June 5th for the Point Wellness Centers. The possible idea of extending this national and not time for the wellness center for the program. However, remaining in compliance with the building safety regulations, including the safety for our clientele employees, is a top priority for the program. A request was made to the fire department and OPH to complete a walkthrough, which was initiated and completed. The step taken was necessary due to the years lapsing without an inspection on the wellness center. Specifically, the plan on the center never had any inspection before in its usability.
In 2021, previous administration and program manager discussed and agreed on an IGA with the Commission Wellness Center. Due to the pandemic, it hindered the Wellness Center's ability to flourish and as projected and provided service. During the pandemic, all MSD staff were assigned to the HCOC and obligations to the program were diverted. All the center sites were converted to pod sites that are currently on standby until tomorrow, May 11th of 2023. Yet transition began last year to extend community outreach. The necessary steps to ensure safety, building compliance, and purchase of new furniture was not initiated until this year. To be exact, it would be in February of 2023. Inheriting the program has shed light on the building neglect and depreciation on staff's resiliency to move forward despite the internal challenges. Addressing building safety and meeting OEH demands before opening has NSCP advertising constantly for bids, and if not attained, rebidding for the project until a sole source becomes an option. Recently, award letters have been issued to vendors, one for furniture in the amount of $108,000. Right now, we are in negotiation with the fire and safety and maintenance and inspection with a vendor located in Phoenix, Arizona. And lastly, a letter to accept services for repair and maintenance fitness equipment has been issued. These projects take time because it's collaboration with other departments. However, with persistency and time, they will be accomplished. The NSPP staff at the Crown Point Wellness Center and I acknowledge the need for the Wellness Center to reopen. Currently, the Crown Point Wellness Center suffers from staff shortage, yet continue to provide services out within the community and have begun to bring their attention to the reopening of the Crown Point Wellness Center. Right now, the hours that have been proposed by the Wellness Center and the staff that they have proposed a date, days designated for Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. with gym access. Education on Tuesday and Thursdays, which includes outreach to the programs or to the community. Sorry. At this time, we cannot offer personal training and group fitness services since no one at the facility is certified. The encouragement support and push to obtain certification has been addressed within the building. There are currently 9 positions obligated for the Crown Point Wellness Center, yet only 5 positions are filled, resulting to a 44% vacancy. Overall, within the program, there's a total of 70 full-time positions, and there are currently 32 positions of those filled. At the Crown Point Wellness Center, of the 5, 1 is currently housed at the Wellness Center front desk and another supervising the staff. All others are out and designated for the field. 2 positions in particular that monitor the Wellness Center has been advertised for the past 2 years with no referrals, and as the status at open until filled. There is a solution to address these vacant positions. To date, within the position, I have included a lateral transfer promoting staff within the voice and push position to be advertised. SEC continues to collaborate with Department of Management, Department of Personnel, and advertise positions across the program. And once listed, advertise on our social media page. Unfortunately, with the recent pass of legislation, provisional hire, it does not apply to the program because we fit the criteria 1. Criteria 1, we do service children. So that is one reason why we have to continue to move forward with the lengthy process, about 4 to 6 months of onboarding and hire. Within the packet here that is what presented to you, NSDP does have a mission statement that has been addressing to reduce diabetes, to improve quality of life through wellness programs and physical activities. The vision statement states life is filled with beauty and wellness without diabetes on the Navajo Reservation. Currently on the first page, after the header here, it does have our proposed date with the challenges listed. We have limited monitoring staff for the beautiful building that's sitting over in Crown Point. Right now, all staff, as mentioned, are designated to community outreach.
We have no certified personal trainer, and we do not have anyone providing group fitness. The proposed hours there to help service the community is listed as well. Right now, we do have that time frame of June 5th. Again, right here, we do have the staff shortage that is presented and all the listing within. We do have one program provider, one senior office specialist, one health recreation tech, one recreation specialist, one custodian, one fitness specialist, and those, as mentioned, there's 2 positions that have been advertised for 2 years, and 2 health educators. We do have presented solutions in regarding to working with DPM to continue to initiate advertisement, but also reflect internally on the program to see what we can do to meet these accommodations. Right now, we do have also options to recreation aids to add into our position so they can help monitor the floor. Again, the timeframe here is maybe 3 to 4 months for the onboarding, which doesn't include the advertising, and that runs about 3 months on top of that. Also attached to the packet, we do have our OEH report that was recently completed. Again, these reports were prior to moving into the building. Right now, I do have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow for to visit citations for the report. I didn't have that scheduled today, but we have to shoot for tomorrow. So we should have a time frame to address all of the OEH on 5/31, but also luckily with the guidance of Mr. Tom here. Fire extinguisher update. Right now we had, previously we had 2 bids in this particular project out. There was continuous bids of 3 and nobody did not bid on this project to update the fire extinguisher. We do have reports from vendors who continuously refuse or are adamant about being hopeful about doing services within our community. So we have to extend their services outside and beyond, upwards of, needs to reach, the city of Linda, I believe it was. So right now, the fire extinguisher and fire safety system are in that round of being updated. The fire extinguisher specifically, we have worked very hard with the vendor in Gallup to ensure that payment will be made, payment will be followed through with his negotiation with I want to check first. So a lot of information being provided to us at the program in that moment. So we do have currently a request. We have put that request together and currently that hits that final. We will have word back from 5/31. And we were given his word that as soon as he gets that, he will complete that project within 3 days. And that's about 7 fire extinguishers that we need to update throughout our services. Fire safety system, again, that has been bidded twice. They finally did get a vendor and they're beginning to start the contract process. And with the time of that, it's going to be about September of 2023, where we're going to come in and provide those services. Right now, we also have the furniture. The furniture is a unique situation only because of how the building was given to NSDP. NSDP was provided the building, yet no furniture was ordered. And with that being said, again, it goes through the bidding process and that was awarded. And that should be around date of September 2023. Okay. And then for the grand opening, that is being discussed and we want to continue to move forward with this and work with the content as well. and people who have advocate for this in the build, for the building to come to point. So attached, you'll find the OEH report, and also you'll find the fire extinguisher.
I guess the question really here is, you guys wanted to get a report on the
Yes.
hours of operation as well as the available services, right? Not all of the program challenges.
No, not.
So can you let's stick to the hours of operation?
So right now, what is proposed by the Wellness Center and I is going to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 to 12, Tuesday and Thursday. We do have the available open general educational outreach, and that will be a limited certification that we can reporting in progress. The available service right now is going to be open to the public. There's going to be personal training, and there's not going to be certification. So it's going to be basically monitoring participants who are willing to come into and use the services.
I think that's the question, going back to the delegates and knowing what the communities that the delegates would want. Is 8 to 5 sufficient? Monday, Wednesday, Friday for wellness centers. I think that's something we could definitely meet up on and discuss and what the needs are within the community. Right now, she did me, based on the report, it's money.
All right, does that complete your
It does.
presentation? HEHSC, thank you for that presentation. Ado, Nana, Mr. Tallman, and then, Janelle, Division Director, Trinity. Thank you for that presentation, for the information. And then also providing us a little packet in regards to your report. I appreciate that. That really helps us as committee members on where we are headed to in regards to how it corresponds with our agenda and the things that we get asked at the community level. So with that, again, thank you for the presentation. I will go ahead and call for a motion to accept the report. Motion made by Honorable Benito. Second, we have a second. Second made by Honorable Nancy Gay. So with that, we have a motion in the second. Committee members, any comments, any questions? Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, it's 12 minutes. I see committee, sending it all the way around, Charles, really quick. I drive through a lot. I live in Testimony. I've been sitting this, I've been seeing this program sitting there, and nobody even talking. Then community asks me, when is this wellness center open? So all I see is barricade and whatnot. And I think the nation, when they implement one of these program, they just small, and it doesn't go out until several months. That was my concern. It was built a year ago. So it should have been open for the community. And I understand what you're saying about vendors are not cooperating even with the chapter, because the Navajo Nation doesn't pay right away. So all they do is issue the appeal. So that's a big problem. That's what a lot of the vendor in Overton don't want to associate with Navajo tribe, even the chapter, so you have to take them. And understand what you're saying, and then, when you have your, when you give us a report, I didn't hear anything about the vehicle that was signed. Do you have a vehicle that's being assigned to your, program? Or are you required to have vehicles and the other questions, do you have enough funds to run this program? I hate to see that the programs run out of money, you know. And then I understand you're still waiting for furniture. I'm disappointed, you know, how we do business. Because I drove into town, saw a building going up. Within no time, that building came out. And there was another drive by food service. It took about 2 months. It's already in operation. As you look at the nomination, which trying to initiate a program, trying to build, establish stores, it takes forever. I just wonder why. I just wonder why we're so behind. Even the money that we allocated to the chapters and programs, we're established language. That's the reason why we have money sitting there, being allocated, already approved, that who's working. Especially state of New Mexico, when you get money from the state of New Mexico, same problem. And it goes back to this nation. And somehow we need to cut those red tape. Who's going to do it? All we do is point finger. So I just wonder, you know, even getting money from the outside, you have to convince the Navajo tribe. And then Navajo tribe takes some of your money. They're probably getting around them because we're going to be like this forever if we don't make some changes. Even a big dream that you had, you being director, running that program. Next thing you know, your electricity goes on. Even this nomination itself, when we got cell phone, one day it was off. It's but we not have extra phone. So when we do that, you know, we run into this problem and expect money over asking for more money. How do we get this program going? Or should we? I'm not concerned. And how do we reverse if we don't know how to run the business? Okay, now, yeah. Back in Urania days, I saw a lot of convenience stores, gas station. It was grown for a while. Now the marina was closed. Mining is closed. And we're too far behind. The other parts that the groundbreaking was done to the food chain. It hasn't started. So we wonder, you know, what's wrong with us. I feel sorry for people like you trying to start a business, trying to start a program. And you have to go through red tape. You have to go through. That's what simple means. You get a code. And we don't have this in the South, in this nation, like inspector. We don't have a building code regulation. So we have to go outside. And then when federal government gives money, same thing, we don't have anything. So we have to go around, get some money and get some contractor come in. They cost money. That prolongs our program. So I'm hoping that this wellness center is going to be good for our community. I went to, when I was with the Veterans Organization, we had a meeting in Elmwood, same building that was designed there. they allow us to use. Because it's more gym. But, oh, Eastern Agency. And that's the reason why I say, hey, let's bring the manager out here and see what's going on. I like to I can go out and tell my people. I represent 8 chapters from Barker all the way to Colonial Council. Along with Mr. Denny Sampson, the chapter. According to now, even that's the reason why I say let's talk about to see where the problem is. So I feel sorry for you trying to open this place up. You should have been in operation one time ago. So we're on election. I was a councilman back in 1994 up to 03. We're still the same. Complaining, I don't know. We run out of money, and I was driving through Camden, I can't take it to the city. That rail was still sitting there. All to I was wondering, we should get a hold of that railroad track so they can use that for tours. Because I saw a lot of tours in Canada. But I was surprised there's not enough to pay too. Even the hotel, there's some, but I paid $200 for one area and they didn't have breakfast. And I was disappointed. So I wish we could get hold of that railroad so we can have the down, pick them all down, you know, have a sightseeing. That will generate some money. It is obvious this the chair go, but even I just want to know what the heck is going on with the center, you know. All up building nothing, even now, Crown is requesting the land office door and of course the building around there is all getting old, deteriorating, you know, just like the PD. Nobody's gonna clean that place. I wish it was still new so people can move in. Okay, so I'm so chair. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable told for those comments. Committee members, are there any other questions? Honorable Benito, questions or comments?
Oh, yeah, love it all. Need to report that side. And for the communities, so the admission you go, but you know, it's we try to find a department or individual. Place you need to assist and they anytime that you know people are really seeking those kind of things. I just have a simple question about your service. You guys are going to be branching out to different communities from your department, and what the communities will you guys be covering? Your radius.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. Committee members, I believe there we received the checks from Vice Chair with questions as well. There's no other questions or comments. First, I'd like to thank you again for the presentation. Staff, thank you very much for that. And then how you provided on page, did you say page 2 it was? Yeah, page 2. The different challenges and then the solutions that you have listed there that you provided to the committee members. And this is very helpful as committee members, as delegates, we intend to have so many different things on our plate, and just to get to the point and just to observe and see what is actually challenging. It's usually the interesting piece of how is it that HEHSC can help? How is it that the HEHSC committee can assist? How is it that us as council delegates can assist? And so, and that's what we're here for. And well, for me, that's why I'm here. How is it that I can help? How can I move forward by assisting for this to get into operation or whatever the challenge is? to alleviate a lot of that challenge. That's why I'm here as a delegate. I'm not gonna sit here and pat you down but the work that the state has been provided into this wellness center. Because it takes a lot of team effort, it takes a lot of time to put something together like this. And I really want to congratulate you and your team. And then all those individuals that have been involved, getting this facility up for now people on the Western Agency. I'm very thankful of you doing that, because a lot of our now families and children are going through a lot of diabetes issues, and we don't have the resources for them. And so I'm just so applaud to hear that, you are the star. You were at the tail end. You were at the tail end of making that change for some of our now families and children that would like to go to this wellness center. And I thank you for that effort that you guys have been doing up to this far. You guys signed the application, your job application, to say that you want to assist and serve your NAFO people, or to serve the NAFO community. Nobody forced you to sign your job application. And you knew signing that job application goes with the embedding of being attacked, being harassed, being bullied, and down the line, you call it. But that comes with the job. So with that, be strong with. We care not as young individuals, young now for individuals, and we get that the whole year or I don't a soft case. But they don't so I want you to take that message back to me, to all those that have been involved as well. Regarding the challenge, I know a couple of weeks ago here at HEHSC committee, we made amendments and investment to the background check. So hopefully that will help you on streamlining and filling some of your positions, because majority of these positions, the position titles that are listed here would fall under that background check amendment that was done. Currently, the Department of Personnel Management is working on revising the personnel policy manual. So so you don't have to, so applicants don't have to wait for over 90 days to see if they're cleared or if they're favorable or non-favorable for the position. At least once you select an individual, at least they'll be starting right away. So that's one of the outcomes that will eventually probably help you to hire some individuals for that area. Another one was a question that was brought up, was under your solution, which is the wellness center hours. This all goes back to your guys' budget, on how you guys identify the budget. If it only identifies that you have the operation going from 8 to 5 and only an 8-hour position, then I guess that's what we have to deal with for now. But once you open up, I guess, depending on the demand and how much individuals want to be there, you might have to extend the hours and move into opening up in the evening hours for individuals that go to work and students that go to school and so forth. And you might have that coming down the road. So again, it all goes back into your budget and how you allocate funds. And then we're going to be starting the budget season here. So I just wanted to mention that, but I think that depending on the demand, again, that you'll be opening up sometimes in the evenings on certain days. So again, I just wanted to make those comments. Again, for some reason, like Honorable Pope indicated, for some reason, every new facility that opens up, we're always running into something, no matter if it's fire extinguishers, no matter if it's foliage, no matter if it's the funding for furnitures, I mean, it's always the case. This is a case by case still, and I'm glad that this is happening again. And I'm glad that we are this far and you guys are this far. So I'm Johnny, again, thank you. And I just want to make that comment. So with that, I'll give you the floor to respond to Honorable Pope and then Honorable Minito. You don't need to respond back to me. So with Ella, today, you don't say, no, nothing. Thank you.
Okay. So Honorable Toth, you did have a question regarding the vehicles. The vehicles currently, there's 3 vehicles that are assigned to the Crown Point Wellness Center. All of the wellness centers and sites that we currently have do have vehicles. You also mentioned funds within the program, if there was enough funds. Yes, we do have enough funds. In this year is a brand new year to starting our 5-year grant. So this is our first year. So we were awarded 6.5 million. Right now, I am in pursuit of additional funding through grants. So I do have 2. One is going to be addressing infrastructure, and one is going to be an approach for the community for a grant for gardening. So those are definitely on my radar, and I've been working on those 2 in the meantime. And then also Mr. Curtis Yanito, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To answer your question, you asked if for our services right now within the Crown Point agency, we do have 3 staff who are out in the field, and they do provide services. They provide services to the community school. They provide services to the chapters, and know that it's a 3-man operation. So a lot of these services out in the community are not as reached as we wished and hoped that they would be. So moving forward, we have worked on a way and a strategy to hit those who have not been serviced. I know one great push is for the your area too, Ms. Begay, is all of the Page area and Northern is to continue for all of those push services. But on that into we do have those limited service right now. We do have limited staff as I mentioned in this report. So a lot of concern and strategy is being pushed to offer these services to extended communities. I believe those are the only questions that were asked.
I think Delegate Yanito was actually asking where we were branching out as far as wellness centers, correct? So right now she is working on opening a center up in Kayenta as well as Shiprock. But there is services in Chunli to the city here, Crown Point soon enough, and some other smaller sites from what I understand, right?
So there are those sites that are available for the community as far as an outreach educational base goes. Right now, we do have the Window Rock Wellness Center. We do have Delcon, who is in operation, because with their management there has been superb in their ability to upkeep the OEH and all of the compliance reports up to date. They were able to provide their services and open. Right now, we do have a site over in Tisnaspot who will be opening on June 5th as well, and also as well as the projected date for the Window Rock Wellness Center.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Within, does that complete your response?
I'd just like to add that the NDOH website too is a good resource as well. If you can go on special diabetes programs page, it'll have a lot of good information on there as well regarding all the programs in Department of Health. So, and we're going to continue to try to update that as we go. So.
Question I have also is how is chapters, are they helping you sitting? My understanding that the chapters want to take that program another week. And so I just want clarification if it's happening. Are they helping you? Any funding?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Tom. Yeah, again, to that extent, I was going to mention it earlier, but to that extent, in regards to the unhealthy food sales tax, you know, a lot of our chapters have outstanding balances, big amounts sitting in their accounts. And if we were just in an understanding, in a great world, better world, I don't know how you want to call it, but you know, if I was a delegate in that area, I would work hard to work with my chapters that I would be representing on donating and doing a cost share, at least utilizing that unhealthy food sales tax, because it's just sitting there. And a lot of our chapters don't have room to bring in equipment and stuff, and they don't have the facility to move forward on using the unhealthy food sales tax. But that's something I would probably recommend to you and see how you can work with Honorable Simpson and see how you guys can collaborate and assisting in that way from your guys' tax. I think that would be really helpful. Just to maybe even purchase some equipment for the Senate.
And Chair, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm getting to this area because that part of my training people, you know, that's why I try to help them. So we probably get together and that's what I like to see. And I try to mention to all the 5 delegates to us coming together and start planning for Eastern. Can't stay within your region, so probably say it's Jonathan. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Good point, sir.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Leader Nasby.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for moving yes, we all need to get
meeting. I want to use the center too.
Coming from the chief, you know, it's like a lot of our young people go down there. They pay to even use their equipment. And, you know, maybe you guys would charge a little, just to, you know, because we always have a funding. We don't go back into the equipment, because once you start using those equipment, you start replacing them. I know these young people, some of them are really home, but they can see their building. Because I've seen them pay like $65,000. NGS was where they had a pair of nice equipment in there. So that place was always. So, you know, it's just. So it would be nice to wellness center at each child to not just only for the our elders. Our elders is walk and walk the chapter on we don't really support taxation. We will address that with the I just want to mention that.
Thank you again, Honorable Leader Nasby. And then in regards to her comment as well, that all chapters, I mean, like I indicated, all chapters have the unhealthy food sales tax. But it would be nice to get a wellness center somewhere in cornfields or the central part of Navajo Nation.
I agree.
So that would be very helpful too, just an FYI. I mean, I think and then to an extent, a lot of our young children and our students, they're always looking for a basketball court. And I think something like that would be very important to add on to the wellness center to get them out there. I know a lot of my students that I'm aware of, they work with the school district to utilize their basketball court. And sometimes, if it's not open, sometimes they want to practice, they want to learn more. And sometimes, if the security don't say anything to them, then they're climbing over the fence to get to the basketball court.
Yeah.
So that's something that I want to put also in the thoughts that we should start looking at that as well. And then having that, maybe a couple of basketball courts for them to get together and play those games. And then again, it goes for adults as well. And I say this because for Jedito has the Cedar School, and superintendent came in and he has open gym. The new superintendent that came in has that open gym, and he gets individuals from Winslow, from Whitehome, even from Kings Canyon that come to open gym. And then we have adult individuals that go against each other, just playing basketball on campus there at Cedar School in Jeddah, Arizona. So even not just on the case of maybe over the 28. That's something that I just wanted to give you a thought on. I know Jedito's been really trying to open up the facility there. So if you guys want to look for a facility for a wellness center, I encourage you to work with the superintendent at Cedar School and see what facility you can offer you guys to open up the wellness center there in Jeddah, Arizona. Just a thought again, and the same concept like Invocation, and then also what Gennady Unified School District. So thank you again. So thank you for mentioning that.
Chair James, can I go to Ellen, a quick statement?
I'm giving you guys the floor now to respond back, so that's over to you guys.
Okay, let me go ahead and really quick, give you an update. I did meet with, and I'm currently scheduling meetings with all of the delegates to get their perspective of what they feel their individual communities' health priorities are. And so I'll probably continue to reach out and schedule meetings with all of you. In addition, one of the particular meetings resulted in Delegate Shundeen Parrish, essentially indicating that she would like to seek a revision to the unhealthy food tax. And the listing that they have there, she kind of wants to open that up a little bit more, so that way it gives chapters more leeway on what to utilize that funding for. And so once we do that, we'll be working with her to at least try to expand the usage for the junk food tax. And so that'll be coming a little bit later, but we have been meeting on that. So I just wanted to let the HEHSC committee know that. So Regina, do you want to add anything?
The only comment that I want to address was by Ms. Nesby-Gay, Honorable Nesby-Gay. She did mention the suggestion, which I appreciate the suggestion, with the grant that we currently have. It is a federal funded grant, so unfortunately we can't charge for services. So believe me, it has crossed our mind, but with staying in compliant with our grant, that's one of the stipulations, is us providing free services to our Native population. So with that concludes my information, my report for everybody.
Committee members, are there any other comments, questions? If there is no other comments, questions, Honorable Yanita?
Yeah, I've got a question on when I went on that meeting, they mentioned 988. That call. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. Just for like suicide and all that prevention. If there's a individual having a problem like that, and you call that number so they can get help. Are you guys working with that?
I believe the Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services, Dr. Branzer, who attended the meeting with you.
Yes.
She is definitely the one that's working with not only SAMHSA, but also the 988. And then in addition, we're also working with the Utah Navajo Health Systems, who is working on creating an app, which is a Navajo Nation directory anybody here would want to see the promo for it, we will be meeting with the president and vice president regarding that app. And so essentially what it is it's one place where all of the Navajo Nation directory is going to be in there. So if you click on a certain region, like say you're in Kayenta, you click on Kayenta, it'll pop up like all the services that are available in Kayenta along with the numbers. And so they're going to be trying to include the suicide prevention hotline number, as well as all of the other hotlines that we have. Like for instance, right now there's the rise in syphilis, there's going to be that type of information. And so they want to house it all into an app so everybody can have access to it. The other interesting part about that is it ties in with the MMIW, MMIP, whichever way you prefer to utilize that verbiage there. But the missing and murdered Indigenous peoples, if we could have that app, and because we don't necessarily have a streamlined service like where, they do off the reservation, if you have that app on your phone, it'll give you that alert as well. So we're trying to find other ways of alerting our people about issues that are either going on near their communities, around their communities, especially with the higher rise in school threats. And so that seems to be prevalent around this time of year. And so that type of app would definitely help. And so right now they're wanting to partner with Navajo. And if you guys would like a presentation on that, I can, work with and collaborate with your advisors so that way they can come and present this proposal to you guys. So just as another additional information.
Yesterday we had a guy, I'm sorry. Yesterday we had a guy that was on the run. And they went past our event with the older American kickoff. He went past the event that we were doing. He drove right next to it, and they caught him down further down. Just think if he would have stopped there, that would be scary. But the reservation is to have that state alarm, that thing, alert thing,
Right.
If it would just pop on our cell phone, that would be great. You know what I mean? That way we would have been found that there's somewhere in the area that there's someone with a gun running around, driving and all that. They pulled Dr. Hani over to yesterday, but the vehicle that they just, the description of his vehicle was the same. That guy was. That's it.
All right, then, yeah, so I'm walking in on application,
Yeah, I just want to respond back with that 988. That doesn't really sound like a really will be a successful system. And when I was over that meeting, I mentioned, like a healing process. I call it away middle of the night, they call it probably because they need prayer or they need some kind of like a healing. I don't know, anywhere in the middle of the night, and for the Tali, what they do, they provide service. So these they give them like a instruction. So that's part of the healing process, because over there, when we had that meeting, there's a lot of money that's been poured into this Western medicine and the system, but it's not working. And so the tribal technical advisories, they were assigned to oversee a lot of these kind of programs. So this traditional healing it can be inserted in there. And so that's what I said, a lot of these programs, beside the hospitals, those are what it was for, but a lot of it that's, it's been generating that money towards the people that are not qualified to, proceed with these kind of healings. And it seems like it's a lot of more politically healers motivated. So, that's why it needs to be inserted into that 988, and I know you guys can, deal with the Hatati Association or whoever deals with Hatatis.
Chair, can I go ahead and respond to that?
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay.
With that, just another comment that I want to make, I don't know how your budget is and so forth, but even like with existing facilities, like currently we have an existing facility right there at 191 and 264 in Ganado. That supposedly belongs to RBDO. And it used to be the gas station, it used to be the Morris gas station. And once they ended the business there, it was given back to the Navajo Foundation, RBDO. And up to this day, I've been getting into it with RBDO. And that was one of my comments that I made during the spring session to President Library is like, why are we not investing in buildings that are currently and suitable to operate, that already has infrastructure, that already has things that are connected? And that was one of the facilities there. And so within the past month or so, it has been repeatedly vandalized. Over the weekend, somebody went in and smashed the doors and smashed the windows on the west side of the building, and that's like good and property sitting there that we can, might as well move into that has everything. I love President Nature. We're the position director of that. And these are things that get frustrating, but if you're interested in opening up a wellness center in Ganado, then go for it. Then I would help you and support you to get into that building. Because it's already paved and everything. All you probably have to do is put up 2 basketball goals on both ends, and then you already have a basketball court there. And I mean, those are some of the things that you really need to take into consideration. And it's just right there at the intersection. So we try to invest in those facilities that are sitting there. And then there's other facilities that are like that throughout the national district that IBDO is doing nothing about. Economic development is doing nothing about it. All their own excuses, they have money and the face and so we can't move anybody, or we can't remodel or whatever. We'll die. Opens off. So again, I just wanted to put that in your everything well, and hopefully that heard on your ears and take it to somewhere else, maybe take it to OPVP, and then they can address that building too somehow. So with that, I don't think the committees have any comments or any questions again, so I'll go ahead and give the floor back to you guys as presenters to respond.
I just wanted to provide a quick response to Delegate Yamito. Dr. Branzer is working on providing exactly what you have talked about. I think you've impressed upon her the need for this, and so she was really excited about setting up our own suicide hotline, but giving the option for the person calling to talk to a traditional practitioner. And then also providing either a prayer or something that they need right at that moment. Because when they are calling that number, it's generally when they really, really need it and they don't have anybody else to talk to. So the fact that they're going straight to somebody that understands this different way of healing and practicing is going to be very beneficial for our people. And I think tying those two important concepts together is what we really needed. And she is definitely running with that thought. So I just wanted to let you know that whatever you guys had talked about, it seemed to have worked. And so she's doing really well there. And as far as existing buildings, Chair James, we will definitely look into that. And even in my own community, we have an older chapter that's just sitting there that they, my community wanted to open for a wellness center. And really it's just to get these, everybody's done being cooped up from COVID. Everybody's done, I think we all turned a few shades lighter. And so now everybody wants to get back out. Everybody wants to have events. They want to go back to the, chapters. They want events again. And although, some of our centers are not receiving direct assistance from the chapters, it would be a really great idea to have the chapters propose ideas and events and, activities within their communities that we could partner with, and that's kind of the other part of it. Although the junk food tax may or may not be utilized for a lot of these activities, or maybe it's not something that you're wanting to do, but when we partner together, I think we can go a lot further. So although, special diabetes may not be at, Pueblo Pintado, they have the potential to continue to provide assistance within that community by partnering. And so, if you guys want to do a Biggest Loser challenge or, a healthy food summit or something of that nature, reach out to Regina and Jay Diamond Telemann and let's partner together to really provide a healthier nation. So that's all I wanted to include.
Any members, are there any other questions, comments? If not, I don't hear any or see any. We do have a motion that was made by Honorable Curtis Unito to accept the report. And second made by Honorable Helena Nascagay. If there's no other questions, comments, I will go ahead and call for a roll call vote to accept the report from the Department of Health regarding Crown Point Wellness Center. So with that, Honorable Unito.
Honorable Unito voice green, yeah.
Honorable To.
Green.
Honorable Dr. Nance.
Green.
Dr. Nance.
Yes. Green.
Vice Chair Simonson. Honorable Dr. Nance, can you say that again? Honorable Dr. Nance.
Yes.
Honorable
green.
Vice Chair.
I say green.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. We're voting. Honorable Helena Nascagay. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. With that, we do have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, and Chair not voting. With that,
So James, did you get my vote?
yes, I did, Honorable Doctor. Thank you for your vote.
Okay.
With that, we do have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, and Chair not voting. Again, thank you for your presentation. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, no listening.
With that, moving on to the next item under 5, C. We have a report, Navajo Nation approved Veterans Center. And the issues are status of the Navajo Nation Veterans Center, update on opening, staffing, presenters Bobby and Baldwin, Leonard Hardy, Lenita Bennett. So that's the all under item 4 as reports. So again, with that, we do have presenters here. I do see our executive director, Ms. Baldwin here. So with that, I'll go ahead and give you the floor. And again, you'll be reporting on the status of the Navajo Nation, the Rue Veterans Center, update on opening and then the staffing at the Rue Veterans Center. So that's what you will be reporting on. Ms. Baldwin, you can have 20 minutes to provide that. Provide the report. So with that, your 20 minutes begins now. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable delegates, Chair Bobby and Baldwin, Dr. Janine, Educati, Nushon, Hana Bashishin, Bipetwani, Dashe, Ado, Ashi, and Dashinella. Thank you for having us here and giving us the opportunity to report on the veterans. through Veterans Center. With this particular Veterans Center, this is an initiative that was carried out by the New Mexico State Capital Outlay Program by means of assisting the Through Veterans Organization. This is a effort that was initiated and carried out by them, by the Through Veterans Organization. And to the best of my knowledge, from what I've researched and gathered, is the current concern is the operation and maintenance of the facility. So we need to make sure that we have that particular funding in place. As of right now, the Veterans Administration does not have that funding available for them. So we're also looking at working with the chapter to make sure that funding could be included in their upcoming budget. I'll give the floor over to Mr. Hardy.
Yes, good afternoon, Yazzie. Sorry. And then Hardy Ames here. Football hamstring. On the run, it is exact. I see it as a null. The gun it as a yeah, report the listed now. Call city yesterday. So I want to make a report on the construction of the center. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Make that report.
Yeah.
Okay. I work with Capital Project Management Department. Before that, design engineering stationary. So the electrical inspector came from the design from that area. So I still have that today. So now I'm mostly doing project management work with this office. Mostly, I think about 95%. I'm doing project management work. Helping them out. So we have this project with through Veterans Center, and the architect is Darren Murphy. Architects out of Albuquerque. He's the architect of record. He takes care of the design and the changes that will happen to that building. We do have our Visa Construction, the builders, the general builders, to this building. So if anything happens, it goes if they want to change on the building, change orders, or different things. It goes from the contractor to the project or architect of record at our office, and we do make a contract modification on that. Then it goes through the regular 164 process. It takes some time, but it still gets through, right? So so that's what I do with most of the projects of it as a project manager. So walls again, but not the furniture. Last year it's there was no electricity yet. Gas line so a general contractor is not responsible for bringing in the electricity, not responsible for bringing the line. But the water line, if it's on site, he'll connect those and work with NTUA to get those approved and get it turned on into the building area. So with the help of the chapter, they got some money together, work with the electric utility company and also the New Mexico gas company to bring in these infrastructure. It's been approved. So like the heating units and the electricity, so they're on. We wanted to move to open the building. So the general contractor, represented by Olson Arviso, said, let's open the building, but well, you know, so we he wanted to have the Navajo Nation Fire Chief inspect the building, yeah. I don't inspect the other. The reason why is that the project architect, they has their own engineers that they hire for the project. So they came out and checked the buildings. One of them was a mechanical guy, they check it, they get okay, electrical guy, okay, so no. Plumbing guy, they check it, they get out. So we wanted to open the building and we asked Larry Chi, he's our Navajo Nation Fire Chief. I check it, the building. So yeah, okay, I can just check the fire alarm. It's the most important thing is that right? The people need to get noticed, need to evacuate the building as soon as possible. Also at nighttime, if the fire starts, at least somebody needs to be there on site with the fire hose and stuff like that. Okay, so AD that energy check it in there, they fire alarm inside it's a outside telephone line. We forgot to mention to have the telephone line coming in. So that was just recently, about last month. But the chapter was called so they brought in the working with sacred lines. They're the telephone line people. They're working on it. They conduit all that to a place where it's called a telephone mounting board. The conduit. They'll still attach the wires and bring it into the ground and come up. The electrician that was working on it, he said, they did that ground bar. So they checked the plans. So we need to have this grounding bar. So we got a cost estimate of $920 to do the work. To put that grounding bar in, all your grounding wires will be attached to that bar. Lighten up it should go in there and run it and send it into the ground instead of into the building. Okay. So the $920, Ziki, the contractor said, hey, look in the can the chapter pay for it? She didn't yesterday. I got that email a couple of days ago. I didn't get to it yesterday because I'm busy. So this morning, I can ask the chapter and ask Vivian Nita to see if they can pay for this bill. It'd be a lot faster. If I put it on a contract mod, we should 3 or 4 months ago later. So let's see what the chapter says. I sent an email to Vivian this morning. I don't know if she's on the line. I don't know, but if they can pay for it, that'd be great. Yeah, that's time is money, right? You got to get this thing done. People want to get into the building. So what's our next step? The next step for the building to be open is to get the phone line installed. Number one, with the grounding bar installed. Why? Because you get the grounding connected to there, then it goes up the ceiling, into the ceiling, then comes back down into the fire alarm. There's a dialer inside there that you can put and it checks every system that you have, the smoke detector. It checks these heat detectors, check these. And if it triggered send a signal out to wherever you want it to go. To the fire department, right? Audio goes, building's on fire. You're gonna send someone out to check on it or send your crew out. That's what it's for, okay? So it's a quick sort of kind of dial it yourself, right? What's the number? Well, that one move was quick. What's number 9? Remember? Anyways, that's what it's for. It does it for us. It checks the system. It works with the system. And it needs that unit, it needs the telephone line, an outside separate telephone line to that unit. So it's right? So what happens after that? How many days? Well, if everything is there, the grounding rod, the grounding bar is there, they can come out and install it and get it working, check the system. It'll take about maybe 3 days. Check it out. Because you don't have to run through because it's the electrician comes in and does that. Now, power line out of yellow, it does the electronics part of it. Okay, electronics part. He checks the system and checks all of that if it's talking to each other correctly. Most likely that checking of that system will take about a day. It'll take a day, and if it's cleared, it'll be good. If everything's cleared, good, it'll be turned on. It'd be great to be on. But what do we need after that? We need to come back to Larry Chief, our fire chief, and check the system again. They not need to see if everything is fine. Does it pass? Right? Is it okay? So when that happens, and when he says it's okay, then it comes back to the general contractor. The general contractor goes to the architect. Architect comes back to us, say it's ready to go. We're ready to go. And we do a certificate of substantial completion. We will need something in writing from Mr. Chi saying that it's good, it's passed, and it's approved, ready to go. Okay, so that all depends on his schedule. The machine, so so they go to other places as well, way out there in outlying areas. They do that too. So depends on his schedule, and also if he's busy and for us to get that letter, it probably take about a week. So right now we're a week and 4 days. And then we'll do. We'll get that thing in writing. We'll get it approved, and then the occupants can come into the building and use it. Okay. There is another document called substantial completion form. Not false form. So it's in here, and I did ask the he did not trust. Substantial completion form, right? And it's good, and the people can come in to use the building, even though the little things are still missing here and there. They can come in and use the building. This is what this paper says. It's okay to come in to do your stuff. But when you do that, you're now responsible for paying the lights. You're now responsible for paying the heating. So Dina, so the architect. Sit down here to the base about that now. Well, we do now have a compliance officer, contract compliance officer, that looks okay, but then again, we need to get a sign. So Didi it needs to go through. He said it needs to go to President Nigel. They sign these. I said normally we go to the chapter president. They sign between them. So no, well, this is how we do things out here, Mr. The architect. Okay, fine, good. We'll get that thing done. We'll take care of it. That's okay. So they signed and carried the list, and I'll drop that off over at his office, okay? So, the two documents, occupants of, certificate of occupancy, gotta be signed off. And then, the substantial completion from FFW, then that's what we're ready to go. How many weeks? I'm gonna say 2 weeks when everything's in place. 2 weeks. Don't say Leonard Harder in it again, no. Well, I'm just guessing, okay? I'm doing my best to get these things done. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
That's our conclusion for our report. Delegates. Yeah.
And thank you for your presentation. It's involving and also party. Committee members, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Helena Nez Begay, and then second by Honorable Curtis Benito. Committee members, do you have any questions? Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Chair, members of HEHSC, also people online. I have a couple of questions that after this is done, all your paperwork is signed and ready to occupy. Who's gonna be paying for the light bill? And also, are you gonna have staff on the Navajo Nation government or the chapter? And I know the Veterans Organization through wanted to control, but they have no money. All they get is every year trust fund. And that's the question I have, is the chapter willing to take over, or this building belongs to Navajo Nation? Navajo Nation belongs to the veterans, right? Then for one time. If the tribe takes over, that building belongs to Navajo Nation. Navajo administration, Veterans Administration can utilize that building. If should not be about one time. So is the chapter willing to take over this responsibility, the whole thing? If President signs, that tells me it's under Navajo Nation. Or so what is the veterans themselves, administrator, Ms. Bowen? What is your plan, and how are you going to utilize that building, or what is your plan? How you can occupy that? According to this, again, if you can put some staff, where's the money coming? Right now, my understanding, the chapter and the Veterans Organization are fighting over this building. Veterans, I don't know, given the process, always asking for money from the state, not of them. So seems like this building is going to be belonging to Navajo Nation. So veterans, they don't have money, they only get trust fund, that's about it. With that, not just people who director donors to parties in the giving there. Leonard, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toll. With that, Ms. Baldwin and Ms. Young. Response?
Committee members. Light bill, you hear again your question. So hey, JP is a dog or staff member, right? Go on with the veterans say they want control of the building. Don't mind, they keep the ownership. who has the ownership, in this case for this building, and who will occupy, or run that. To my understanding, is we asked that question to DOJ, and they told us this building is a Navajo Nation building. They occupancy in Yago, Navajo Nation property, the number of bottle they're gonna put that on there. They're waiting for us to say, go ahead and go out there with your numbers and big picture. They told us that this building is on, the Rue, chapter track. So that building now is in the hands of the chapter. So if the veterans group wants to use it, that's got to have an agreement between the chapter and the veterans, the Rue Veterans Committee. They want to do an agreement to use that building. So they want to take over the paying for the building and keeping it running. That's what the chapter, the veterans wants to do. Okay, so there's got to be an agreement for that. So as far as the administration, I don't think they want to go in there and take over the building. I think it's going to go and have the Rue veterans have that control over it. So that's my understanding. Yeah, staffing.
No, we don't have the staff to staff that, Honorable Delegate Toll. And with the Veterans Administration, it would ultimately be with the chapter, with the respective chapter, being that it's on their chapter track. And even if so, it would involve an intergovernmental agreement with them. But being that this was initiated by their local veterans organization, their wishes to work with the chapter would be the precedents that would take effect.
Thank you again for your response, Mr. Hardy, if there was small one. With that, I'll go back to Michael.
Okay, I know veterans themselves cannot, they don't have money. They have, like I said, only get trust fund, no other funding. And I have seen the problem, I don't know, have you seen the one in Smith Lake?
Yes,
Lake building, that veterans building.
yes, I'm the project manager for all two.
So it's sitting there deteriorating. It was closed because of the veteran themselves. And then the chapter had a conflict in that. So the chapter said, okay, veterans, you can have it. We went down to where it's closed. So I don't think that should happen again. Because that's a waste of money. Right? The building's still sitting right there in Smith Lake. And I question that. That's the reason why I said, let's put this talk about, see who's going to take over. If the veteran can, I don't know how they're going to pay it. See, I know Smith Lake, they were using veteran trust fund for 2,000 every time the money gets in, and they run out of their winter. Yeah. So I know chapter has a limited budget too. Which chapter, there in mine is also my understanding in some areas, some of these chapters. And if you can run that building, you're going to take over. It's some caution at this time now. So, how they let it, they can do agreement, but who's going to pay? I have no problem with whoever, but who's going to pay for the bill? A copesa no, I didn't know that. It's some money for the operation. So that's a big question. And yeah, my concern. I don't want to see that building been that smoothly. Yeah. We have to change. I quit as a dream. They were charging it, but the facilities just a waste. Of course, Smith Lake did, Smith Lake chapter got, they received some funding, I think it was 200,000. For that renovation or something from state. I don't know if you're aware of it, so it is excellent. And I don't want to see that happen, that's the reason why I asked this committee to let's straighten this out before you. And then veterans commanders themselves, they have to understand who's been paid for that building. Or even put some staff. What's echo, my understanding back in, when Smithley was built, they were going to put New Mexico, staff in there. That's how it was built, but it never happened. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to know how we're going to work this out, and I guess the chat can do so. They're willing to pay for it, yeah. Even though it's a lot, so bad, I'm not leaving it out. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you again, Honorable Sol, with that response, Ms. Bowman and Mr. Leonard.
I would like to respond to the, yes, the chapter doesn't have enough funding to pay for the extra building. I know that, yes, the commander wants to be in that building, wants to take over the building. He did sign off on the payment to make payments to the electrical company. He signed to get out, so. But the question, I guess, should go back to the veterans organization there. And to have them speak before you guys and say, this is what we're gonna do. But I can't really answer for them, so I'm so sorry. On top of that, you asked about Smith Lake veterans. So we do have a selected a contractor, a water construction. So they want to fix that. OEH came in and said your kitchen is too small. You have a lot of people that come in. Your kitchen is just residential. That's not right according to code. So they want to change all that stuff out. So that's what I'm doing too, sir. Oh, I want to change out all those electric heaters. I want to take all those out, put a central heating system. So that costs some money, but they do have New Mexico funding.
Milk, yeah, it had oat milk. Okay, gracias.
That wasn't me.
Did you move them? Whoever it was. Oh, okay. Vice Chair, mute your phone. Can hear you on this side. With that, thank you for the response, Mr. Leonard. Again, I will come back to my committees for comments, questions, and I believe Honorable Yolita. Comment.
Connection complete.
Center. Are they budget in your organization structure, as far as utility and you guys would be with the utility and maintenance, you guys do the budgeting like that, ahead of time, for this facility. You guys are planning on doing that, like a budgeting for this utility and maintenance. Because in the organization, you can get a small amount of, fundings. So you leave some of that for that purpose. And then a lot of times, it sounds like you guys are getting some kind of trust fund every year for to serve all of the veterans. Sometimes, you got to delay some service for the next year for some veterans. They didn't face about yet for his kind of purpose. Quite a question on that one.
Thank you, Honorable Unito. Committee members, are there any other comments, questions? If not, Mr. Harding?
Thank you. May I answer?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Unito. With regards to the way the building was constructed and acquired by the Veterans Organization, like I had stated, the funding had come from the New Mexico State Capital Outlay. So it's not necessarily funding from the Navajo Nation or Navajo Nation Trust Funds. Therefore, they are not considered in our budgeting process. And at the onset, it was not part of the budgeting process for the Veterans Administration from the general funds or the trust funds. Additionally, the Veterans Trust Fund monies that are given to the veterans or assisted to the veterans, they are currently abiding by a policy where they're restricted for these direct assistance to the veteran. And that's the only way that these trust fund monies are expended to the veterans. We do not have any funding in the trust fund for any types of OEMs, for any type of structures or facilities being rented, operated, or occupied by any of the veterans organization. With that being said, it's becoming, just for general knowledge for all the delegates, it's becoming a general trend where a lot of the chapter veterans organization are starting to lobby the state representatives and the state officials for their own veterans organization buildings or their own veterans building because of the, I guess, the lack of cooperation from the local chapters. They're so stringent, they don't have staff available after hours on the weekends. Therefore, the veterans are oftentimes meeting at someone's house, meeting at the local park, meeting outside the chapter. So that's why they're having to resort to lobbying their state representatives. But as of right now, the Veterans Administration does not have any aspirations to overstep those boundaries and to take part in any of the OEM for this particular building. Thank you, Delegate Yamito.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, Honorable Unito.
I just want to respond to your answer here. Is there a way that you can do like renegotiate the charter within the trust fund that you guys are receiving, so that you can cover a lot of these areas that are just like this totally veteran service? I guess I'm talking about the stipulations policy. That was my question.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Unito. Ms. Mullen, response?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Yanito, with that request, the Veterans Trust Fund is a very minute amount at this point, and the amount of funding that is being allocated is not enough to serve all the veterans who usually put in a request. With the shortfall that has occurred and with the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on the whole nation, the trust fund is based on the investments, of course, as you all are aware. And with the way the stock market had performed in the past couple of years, it's not likely that we would have sufficient funding this year or next year because we are in a recovery status right now. And if it was a lofty amount and a healthy market, I would imagine that 3-4 years down the road after a healthy market, at that point, such items can be considered. But as of right now, that's not something that I think would be feasible and in the best interest of all the Navajo veterans as a whole.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen, for the response. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments? In regards to the report on the Rural Veterans Center, the issues of the status of the Rural Veterans Center opening up, and then the staffing, if there is no questions, we do have a motion by Honorable Lida Nancy Gay, seconded by Honorable Curtis Unito to accept the report. There's no other questions or comments. With that, I'll go ahead and call for a roll call vote. To accept report, Honorable Unito.
Honorable Unito in favor.
Honorable Toll.
In favor, sure.
Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Edmonton.
Green.
Honorable Helena Nez Begay.
Agree.
With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. That again, thank you, Ms. Baldwin, and then Mr. Harvey for the report regarding the Brew Veterans. They can have, and that completes your report. And so with that, have a good day and adopt what you guys take care. With that, committee members, moving on to the next item under number 5, item D. Report update issue with NAVCO Veterans Housing. So with that, we do have our presenter here, that's Bobby and Baldwin, Executive Director. And then we also have Mr. Kirk Sandoval, Senior Housing Specialist with NAV Foundation Veterans Administration. So with that, presenters, again, the issues regarding the NAVCO Veterans Housing, we will provide you 20 minutes to provide the report presentation to the HEHSC committee. And so with that, the floor is yours, Ms. Baldwin and Mr. Sandoval. 20 minutes begins now.
Thank you, Honorable James. I appreciate this opportunity to give you a report on the Veterans Housing Program. With the Veterans Housing Program, we are currently looking at the 125 project, which I am getting well versed on. And to the best of my knowledge and from the research that I have been able to compile, the 125 project was initially supposed to consist of the homes, of the veterans homes constructed between 2015 and 2017 by the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. During that time period, when an audit was conducted, the homes of those homes, many of them had deficiencies, lack of infrastructure hookup, lack of wiring, appropriate wiring for the homes. They also had issues with water heaters, appliances. So in that audit finding, those audit findings, these homes were supposed to be the homes that were to be addressed based on the corrective action plan. And the company hired to do this was the Sparrow Group. The Sparrow Group did obtain a contract as a sole source contract by the previous administration. And the 125 does not encompass all of these homes built from 2015 to 2017, number one. On the list, there's homes there's only 33 homes from that time frame that were built, that were being renovated, or their corrective actions were being addressed. Number one. Number two, there's individuals on this particular 125 homes who were selected for just cabinet installations. And for those homes were built by another entity or by the veterans family themselves. There's some other homes that have very minor issues where they were given the opportunity to have their homes renovated to a certain extent. With this particular housing project that was given, or this contract that was given, there's also no accurate record keeping of the expenditures from the Sparrow Group. What is being received or has been received and what was paid out upon from the Sparrow Group was one-page invoices. Basically, it was a totaled a one-pager that had the heading of the company, the amount of a generalized amount, as well as a total. And that particular payment was being processed. What we need are itemized invoices, and that's typically how payments are supposed to be processed so that the Veterans Administration can maintain their fiduciary responsibility and accurate record keeping. Additionally, none of these payments are tied with any type of appropriate record keeping, such as a client file with all the expenses included for that particular client. And with that being said, all the payments that have been processed are just kept in a folder, a generalized folder in no particular order. So what we are now having to do, and this is based on several meetings we've had with the Sparrow Group, is trying to go back and request for these itemized, detailed invoices from the Sparrow Group. And they are working with us, and they're willing to bring those itemized invoices to us. However, it is taking time because they have done 61 home renovations and 2 bills, and they're still working on 5 other projects at this time. But that's what we need from the Veterans Administration for us to be accountable for the Veterans Trust Fund monies that are being expended into this particular program. Additionally, with the additional ARPA funding that has been granted to the Veterans Administration, we would like to also close out this contract, cancel this contract due to the way the funding has been coming in and the way it's been expended with the Sparrow Group. So we did meet with them on April 25th, and we did explain what we do need, and with the idea to modify the current blueprints from a Hogan, which is also considered a custom style home, to a rectangular home, which would amp up the construction, number 1, but also lower the cost, number 2. So those are the 2 different, 2 types of initiatives that we were being discussed. So with that proposal, that is one that has to be submitted by the Sparrow Group with their total cost for those particular items. Additionally, the Sparrow Group said that they would have at least 7 of the detailed invoices to the Veterans Administration by May 8th, which was 2 days ago. And we did receive a few of them, but we did not receive all of them. And again, we're looking at 61 detailed invoices so that we can verify where all the funding had gone. We can answer all the questions when it comes to the Veterans Trust Fund monies. And this contract with the Sparrow Group, we did inform them that with a new proposal, should they decide to do a new proposal, that would be taken into consideration under the ARPA funding. So they are aware of that. And finally, there have been some modifications as far as the trim of the homes that is selected to help cut down the cost. So for example, one of the things that was changed is instead of a butcher block type of countertop, we're now going to go with more of your standard countertop for all of the homes, as well as the homes being ADA compliant. That's pretty much the gist of where that particular housing program is with the Sparrow Group. We are also in the talks with the Southwest Indian Foundation contractors. And with H&B, we are also in the talks with them for possible contracts. But with the Southwest Indian Foundation, there was a purchase for 10 homes made some years ago, about 4 years ago, I want to say 5 years ago. And that particular contract, they did fulfill their contract. 10 homes were delivered and set up for veterans in Eastern Agency and in Fort Defiance Agency. However, the administration did not fulfill their obligation to pay out this contractor. The contractor is still lacking over $71,000 in a final payment. That final payment has yet to go through. And with that being said, what had happened with the previous administration is there was initially 5 housing, veterans housing accounts, and we'll refer to those as the IN accounts. And the previous administration had taken those 5 IN accounts and had consolidated them to 4 accounts. And then again, just last year, they had consolidated those down again to 1 account. So now we're talking about 1 housing account, which is an IN account. And we are trying to pay out this contractor. However, we're told the initial account that this contract was to be paid out of, that account number has since been closed. And with that being closed, we've had to redo all the footwork of getting the payment through again. Meanwhile, this contractor has been very patient with the Navajo Nation in our processing, as well as with the Veterans Administration. And we are doing our best to get them paid out. We're hoping we'll be able to get them paid out within this week or next. We did meet with the Office of Management and Budget and the Office of Accounts Payable. The controller, we did meet with them to make sure that the avenues of approach and how we are going to pay out the final payment of $71,000 is in alignment with their policies and procedures. So with that being said, we have also met with another potential contractor who is committing to 10 homes in the upcoming fiscal year. And so far, Our contractors are on board. They're all priority one contractors. An RFP is being initiated for that process, as well as the 164 process to follow that. And these are going to be all with the ARPA funding. And we are primarily focusing on the ARPA funding right now because of the deadline we do have. We want to make sure that all of the funding is encumbered by June of next year so that we do not lose out on this funding to assist our veterans. And then lastly, the Veterans Housing Program does have what they refer to as a veteran housing list. However, it's been commonly referred to as a 1300 list because there's 1300 applications. After digging a little deeper in this particular application pool, it's been determined that the 1300 list could very well be diminished down to 700 because the 1300 list has been including the deceased veterans. It has been including veterans who have already received a home. It has been including veterans who have built their homes. And it's also including veterans who have decided to move off the reservation to obtain their housing. So that 1300 is not an accurate account of the number of veterans who need homes through the Veterans Administration. And it's not an accurate account of how many veterans are qualified. And with that being said, there are files that we have gone through, that I've gone through, and I've not seen any substantial reporting as far as photos or any type of evidence of any type of interviews that have occurred with the veteran. So those are some different items that are of concern with the Veterans Administration and their housing program. But right now the staff are currently focusing on the 125 project because that is a high priority considering this has been an ongoing project, especially with the 5.2 million that has been expended to date and only 2 homes have been completed. Thank you.
For your presentation. With that, thank you, Ms. Baldwin, for the presentation. Mr. Sandoval.
Good afternoon, Delegate James. I was not aware that I was on this meeting. I actually just showed up to see what Ms. Baldwin's report would be so I could be more informed. According to an email that she sent me, up until May 12, I have certain responsibilities, and I think I've done those so far. One of the things that I know is that was on there says complete the ARPA Veterans Housing Policy. The ARPA funding, I reached out to Mr. Tom Patero. And he granted the audience at his office by the airport. And I thought it was good news when he said, well, the former director, Mrs. Werlein, had already started that process. The only thing was, I know the new administration had a problem with the spare group. So he said he wanted to see if we could set up a meeting. And I sent that email on Thursday of last week. And I included everybody, also Ms. Baldwin. That meeting was initiated by Mr. Patero to say, let's go ahead and hurry up and get started on this. There's $50 million sitting there. And the former director had already started the process. So we're pretty much leaps and bounds ahead of a lot of people from what I understand. And we were going to meet at the place in Albuquerque. And I included everybody when Ms. Baldwin, I finally got an email response back from Ms. Baldwin that was Sunday. She said, that's not authorized. Don't set up any more meetings without my knowledge. And so Monday, I had to hurry up and try to cancel with the people that were going to be part of that meeting. So I think even if we would have just talked to them and opened up conversations, we could have learned a little bit more about the ARPA policies and the programs and how we can utilize these monies. As far as the list, that list is there. So that was one thing with the ARPA funding that was almost, I would have had a little bit more information. With Swift, I know I reached out to, I don't know if it's calling Mr. Boucher. But I spoke with him and he said that there was some type of a contract that was in the works. I guess Bobby and Olin had been over there talking to him. So I have no idea what that, how far along that process is. And one of the things on my email was to continue working with the Sparrow Group on that 125, the audit finding homes. But I know Swift was in the conversation and people kept asking me, veterans coming to the office saying, well, I heard that Swift is going to build these houses. So that's what made me reach out to Mr. Boucher out in Gallup. And just this morning, not from the director, but from 2 other employees, I found out that there are actually progress is being made, which Ms. Baldwin referred to, that there's a contract almost in place for Swift. I'm not aware of that, or I wasn't, and I still haven't seen it. And also that there was going to be broadcast an invitation to bid to contractors. And I wasn't aware of that. So the transparency obviously is not in place. I think the previous organization that presented, they're jovial and laughing, having a good time, working together as a team. And I am here representing the housing program by myself. This is what I asked for in emails to, I think I've reached out to Mr. Delegate James and Delegate Tolt and Delegate Simonson to say, okay, this is the problem with the housing program at the moment. We're kind of in the dark. How do we move forward? And I'm still in the dark as far as the overall picture. I know Ms. Baldwin's been in office since February 27, and up until this point, I still not familiar with the process that we're going to put in place. I've even heard rumors that we're going to change the housing program policies. I don't know if that nullifies the contracts that are in place with NHA also. That has $2 million sitting there waiting with a deadline. I'm not sure if they've been in contact. I've reached out to the ladies over there. I told them that I'm pretty much a one-man show at the moment for the housing program. So until I get further direction from the director to say, okay, this is the housing program, or we're getting rid of the housing program, I'm gonna do this by myself, I don't know. So right now we have 50 million in ARPA, 2 million as a subrecipient of NHA, and also the Veteran Trust Fund. How those monies are being allocated or which projects are priority is kind of baffling to me, which is why I think it was 2 weeks ago, veterans were coming to the central office. They said, oh, you're in charge of housing, you're in charge of housing. And I told them, well, I would like to be in charge of housing, but right now, I don't even know what program policies we're going off of. So I said, okay, now you have a person in the veterans office that is the president's liaison for veterans. Maybe he'd have better ideas. So I started sending him over there. And I got a response back saying, okay, stop sending him over there. But that was fruitful. I have a gentleman that I guess was told that he's going to have a home built. He's in the top 10 list. I don't know what list. There is a surviving spouse. I invited her because she showed up this morning. And I said, well, they're having a meeting. Maybe you can speak out on your behalf. So she showed up, but she had other engagements and she couldn't wait all day long. So she left. So I'm trying to answer to the veterans that come to the office. But at the same time, I'm not sure if we're going to redo the policies. That in itself is, from what I understand from the oversight committee or the advisory council, is a long process, which involves the council delegates. So that was one thing that when I sat down with Ms. Baldwin at the Fort Defiance Agency office, she had some notes on changing the policies, so I'm not sure how far along those are. So I don't want to give old information if we're going to new information. You understand what I'm saying? So that's kind of where I'm at. As far as the 125, that's who I'm working with, is the Sparrow Group still. They're in the dark also. According to an email, which, oh, and that's another thing. In my frustrations, I started CCing you, everybody in on these emails to say, okay, well, this is what's going on. Hopefully somebody will take an interest in this process. But I was given an email to say, okay, stop including everybody. We don't want to air out our dirty laundry. But my thing is, if we're being transparent, let's just be transparent. If we're talking about millions of dollars and the veterans out in Pinon chapter veteran organizations don't know where these monies are being spent, and they're asking me, what am I supposed to tell them? They're having an Eastern Agency meeting this morning out in Eastern Agency. The person that was going to run that meeting reached out to me and said, hey, what's going on with the housing program? I said, well, I don't know. Hopefully I'll find out today, which is why I'm here. It's a bigger animal than what was just reported. And I think I would like to know a little bit more. These are the policies that we had in place. The Veterans Housing Project, all the way to the new and renovation constructions policies. So for me to sit here and just relax and get paid is kind of frustrating. I think it would have been a good thing to be part of the talks with the ARPA funding. I have a good relationship with the Sparrow Group. If we're moving on from the Sparrow Group, then it would be good for me to know, because they're in the dark also. They're owed monies, I think, in excess of $200,000 right now. And
committee members, do I have any oppositions for additional 5-minute periods? If there's no oppositions, committee members, I'll go ahead and continue. I'll give you some more time. Mr. Senator.
I know I was CC'd on an email that they sent to Patrick Samuel. And CC'd in was Booniger to say, hey, what's going on? Can we get paid? We have, I know they have around 25 Navajos employed on their job sites. And 4 or 5 of those are veterans. And I've been to these job sites where they're working. And I know a lot of the travel that they have to do, that money that's being spent isn't being spent on their families. So I mean, those are things that, I mean, just issues that if we're employing Navajos, but we're not paying the company that pays them, I'm not sure where the disconnect is as far as paying them. If they need itemized listings, I know the Sparrow Group was asked for a certain amount, and that's what they provided in emails. If you needed to, I could have printed them off, and then if you wanted Sparrow, the group, to come and present their numbers, they have them. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is, and that's what I was wondering about. But like I said, my job description, according to the memorandum that I got, is to work on the 125. And blinders on, keep going forward. And I'm hoping somebody somewhere has a better idea of what the Navajo Nation housing program, what direction it's going. So being called a senior housing specialist is kind of a joke at the moment, because who am I senior to? I don't even have a staff. The housing specialist that I was working with, the whole restructuring of the office, now they report to the VSOs. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. Just kind of still in the dark, which is why I showed up, hoping that I would get more information, but that report was really small. I mean, in the name of transparency, I mean, if the veterans need to know their money, why are we not including them in these conversations at agency meetings to say, this is the breakdown and this is what your contractor is providing? This is the contract that we're working on at the moment. You know what I mean? They're the ones out there suffering. the lady that showed up, she's a surviving spouse. She lives in a crap hole. Has holes in the roof. Half of her roof is covered by tarp. And when she met with Ms. Baldwin yesterday, I guess she was told, well, you might get a FEMA trailer. If it's livable. And these FEMA trailers are still rotting away into the roof. The other gentleman that reached out to the president's office that's on the top 10 list, I haven't been to his home because that's not part of the 125. So if I had a team together, we would have gone through the 125, tried to address the audit findings. And then if it would have been like, okay, well, go on to the new constructions, that's easy enough. We just go visit these sites and get all the information that we need and make sure that their 1 acres are all marked out, with utilities marked out. And I even reached out to the land department and said, how, we have a big list, I have $50 million. Well, I shouldn't say the Navajo Nation Veteran Housing Program has $50 million. How can we work together to get these 1 acres all marked out ahead of time so we're not held up by that? So, I mean, I have a lot of questions, but that's my report, I guess. And if I'm not able to reach out to ARPA, NHA, sit down with them, talk, communicate, find out the processes that are involved, then I can't give you an accurate report. So I apologize, I came here to learn also.
To complete your report.
What little there is of it, yes.
Right, so with that, that does complete the report, from Ms. Baldwin and then also Mr. Sandoval regarding the issues of the Navajo veterans housing. Just for the record, I want to recognize, Chief of Staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval. Thank you for joining us. And then we also have, the Vision Director, Mr. Cody, here as well. Thank you for being here. So thank you very much. And again, I will call for a motion to accept the report. Honorable Yanito, do I have a second? To accept the report. Do I have a second? Honorable Helena Nancy Gay. With that, committee members, there's time for questions and comments. Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Chair, members of HEHSC, also people on the phone call. Go to presenter. Thank you for the information. Mr. James, from the board council. I know you're aware of it, that this issue about veterans housing. Director Nandovo ELBK introduced a legislation to have a housing specialist to be in charge of the housing. Why is this new director, even the administration, not honored that? That's still in place. And then I see where there's three individual. Director also Mr. Olden and also Mr. Sandoval. They're just playing their game. They're giving the veteran a hard time. Why can't the administration see that? I am very disappointed. Veterans are crying out there. Now that good answer. The approaching. And for sure, other continent being approached. Lot of us are on there. The meeting over history. There's no direction. Why are we in this situation, Chair? I'm very, very concerned. Why are we giving each other a hard time? I thought the housing specialist wasn't in charge of this whole housing. Inherit us staff assistant is having his own agenda. And then the director has her own agenda. What's wrong? Are we supposed to work together? Are we supposed to help our community? It's not happening, sir. Members, I'm very, very concerned. I thought we had been elected, with this office to help our veterans. We went to, I went to the city of veterans, we came up to me. And then, you know what they said, our money's all disappeared, all taken, and no money to spend. We have no direction, right? Same way with the housing. Chicago, sure, I mean. Well, we just can't have a competition and do better than, you know. So those are the questions and concern I have for the veterans. Auto threat about it. What's on the I'm not finding me. We supposed to help and put one in not the hardest start. I mean, I'm very disappointed this is not happening. When are we going to come together and plan for our veterans? But then about that. Deep calm Australia, where been responsible for to form both of the you can say anything you want to, you want to put it in writing. I mean, I don't know, sir. As you can be, he doesn't go out and see. There should be. As Joe told me. As Joe has ever told me. They are open and out of one another. And then I know. No way that he need to be me. As your darkness has wanted, he never the opposite way. Oh, yes, what come? Never conditions, no. Confirmation doesn't happen. That bothers me for my veterans because they serve our country. I don't know how to pay. Questions. Are they auditors? Do we have to do another audit? Or do we have to do another investigation? I don't want to see that. As your
She's in the housing.
So
she's in the.
I know what's going to happen after this meeting. Okay. How long are we going to do this? Could you advise me, council? Oh, I don't know how to know. Not just now. Even 2-3.5 years I was with the Bible. Joro lehini. Congeperas ani en house rule. Consultor Zope may exist of the snow. And she when I left, it grew out there. I opens on. Is that what we want for our veterans? I mean, I'm very disappointed and hope we can fix this. Get back on the road and help each other. We need to come back and start coming together, start planning. Who's in charge of veterans now? It seems like I don't know who was in charge. So what do you got? 24 council did a legislation to hire a housing specialist, A019, which told me director out on the end of the chair, no. I don't know if that resolution, I know the resolution is still in place. How come we're honoring that? So, based on, I hope that 50-50, I don't know about some. What is the rector's new direction of how can we give money to trust fund to veterans? We haven't seen it. Fishing that's a whole lot. Share every day with veterans. I respect the veterans no matter. Spiritual son is like action, Baskin the Haska. That okay, they winner, yeah, they push it on. Yeah, so that's all I'm going to say. Probably later on, I can ask question also, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Cole. In regards to your question, which is pertaining to HEHSCAP -04-21. So in that resolution, in that resolution under the finding under subsection 1033 Navajo Housing Program, the director of the Navajo Veterans Administration pursuant to the Navajo Nation Personal Policy Procedure Manual, personnel of the Veterans Housing Program shall be supervised by a program manager hired by the director of the Navajo Veterans Administration. So pursuant to that resolution there, that should tell us as HEHSC committee who is authorized to hire this program manager for the veterans housing. Now, at the same time, under C, under subsection 1033, under item C again, the Veterans Administration Housing Program Policy and procedures shall be approved by the Health, Education, and Service Committee on recommendation of the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. So I think this is our third time addressing this matter. Maybe it's time that we dissolve this legislation. And maybe it's time that we delete this legislation and work with the Veterans Advisory Council to see what are the other options, because obviously this going on the third time, it's not working. We tried. I concur with you, Honorable Toll. And so it's very interesting on how things are moving forward, and then the direction of the selection of the director for the veterans program. So up to this day, we have not received an updated listing of applicants who are, we used to get listings from the previous director, Mr. Zerline, with indications of information by agencies, by chapters of how many veterans are homeless out there. How many veterans need renovations to their home? How many veterans have burnout back there? None of that information up to date has been shared with us. And the information that I have, when it comes back down to what Mr. Sandoval indicated was the American Recovery Plan Act, the ARPA, what can be done with that ARPA is what we addressed on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And that was to move forward with new home constructions and then new home purchases and then burnout replacements. And then to have those home improvements for our veterans. that is what we agreed on under the 24th Navajo Council. Now, up to this far, I didn't know that there was a different vision, a different view since we had the new division director or the new director of Veterans Administration in place. We have not seen anything like that, unless I'm incorrect. So, colleagues, if I am, let me know, because I haven't received anything when it comes down to agencies and chapters of how many applications have been submitted and where those applications and what kind of requests have been submitted. As the last report, I understand, and the information that we received that I had from Mr. Zerline was that we had 1,112 homeless. And that was throughout the whole Navajo Nation. That's the last report that I have. And we needed 293 renovations across the whole Navajo Nation for our veterans. And we had 28 burnouts. And that totaled up to 1,433. And so somehow that embedded into the 1,300, but now it's a different information that we received. That half of this 1,300, I'm understanding that half of our veterans have deceased, or half of them have received homes. It's just how I just understood the report. And so Okwaki, I think it's been a difficult process, and up to this point, I know there was supposed to be Henry housing specialist, Crown Point housing specialist, Fort Defiance housing specialist, Ship Rock housing specialist, Cuba City housing specialist. But then, where are they? They're not here. So what is it that we're doing? Or is it that you're coming in as a director to resolve this issue of all of this vacant position? We do have a senior housing specialist. And at this point, nobody has said anything about the housing program administrator or the program supervisor one. No one has said anything up to this point about filling these positions to move forward. And so, again, concurring with Honorable Toll, I mean, what is it that we're doing? What is the vision from Office of President and Vice President? And so up to this point, I mean, we have not seen anything to this extent on how we should be moving forward. And thank you again, Chief of Staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, for joining us. And I think this is probably the third or fourth similar report regarding the audit of 2017. Really, nothing hasn't changed since February to now of the report that we've been receiving, besides what we've learned at Twin Arrows, which was to terminate the contract. That was another issue, but everything has been the same. And so really, there's really nothing happening that we're trying to find out what is the actual update. And I think it's just not your staff that Mr. Sandoval is trying to look for answers. We're trying to look for answers because we have veterans that are attacking us at our local level, wondering what is happening. I forward you guys email, text messages of indication of missing records. This is my fourth time as a veteran resubmitting my documents. I don't know where things are going. And so I don't know where those emails are going, where those texts are going, but you know, I think we continue to have this problem. And I mean, at this point, I don't even know what we're doing with the CS-56-17 as well. I mean, I just really don't see where that's going as well with your housing action plan. Because what we see as of today is not corresponding with that plan whatsoever. What we see just now that has been presented is not corresponding with the housing plan. And so they got on with me, who's running the show, I guess, the question that we can start relaying this information. All of these concerns to. And so 18 costs a lot. As lawmakers, I think we, depending on the outcome and depending on how you guys feel, I mean, there's always that time to drop legislation. And see some of these new legislations, these plans that need to be dissolved and go through a second round. And then, there's plans in there as well. We've heard personnel issues. We've heard reasons that, we're not improving because it's hard to fill the positions. But then on the other side, when the position is filled, this is what we get, I guess. Is that nobody wants to work together. So it's just like, where is our win-win situation? And so, I mean, a quiet in this model, case about, and as lawmakers, maybe it's time that we look into the comprehensive budget as well. If we look at these departments as budget, they're not going to work together. Let's look at that comprehensive budget again for the departments. Let's look at everybody's payment. Let's see how that goes. They want to work individual by themselves. Let's go revise the comprehensive budget. The annual budget that are given to our departments. So hold up. Those are some thoughts that need to be taken into consideration on how we should be moving forward to address a lot of these issues and concerns on behalf of our veterans. So for Ella, I don't on honorable talk. So I just wanted to respond back to you. Committee members, are there any other comments, questions? If there is none, I will go ahead and give the floor back to the presenters.
Chair James, this
yes,
is
Vice
Jermaine.
Chair.
Oh,
Vice Chair, send the floor, Joe.
I'd like to request to speak. I texted in.
Abia, the Vice Chair, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Again, my colleagues as well as presenters, Miss Baldwin, and then good afternoon, Chief of Staff Sandoval. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming to the meeting today. But I just, these issues came up a few months ago when the initial report, we asked for the initial report, and that was, maybe a month coming into council or into this new administration. And I figured that at the time that these are issues that will start to get resolved as time goes along. All across the board, across the Navajo Nation, whether it's with division directors and programs and employees and even our own colleagues, there is a transition period. And certainly there are folks who are still maybe not over the transition, they're still reeling from their loss, because maybe they really wanted previous administration and the previous division directors. So that's just my observation. And there isn't really any, transition and movement and acceptance to say, okay, this is what it is. And I don't, and this is what we have here to before us, and we've got to make this work. So that's kind of just my observation, but we're now in May and we're still, hearing some of the same concerns. And as Mr. Sandoval sitting there, division director, so I just, a couple of things are running, through my head. And Ms. Baldwin, I don't know if this is your first time in a supervisory position, where you have employees working under you. And so I'm wondering, Mr. Sandoval, especially with division directors, some are seasoned, some are, have had staff before and have served in the capacity before, and some are probably brand new. I don't know all of our division directors personally, but I'm just wondering, what kind of support you have from the executive side to provide to maybe in terms of supervision and management, and there is there, do you offer some kind of professional development, maybe to everybody across the board, because that seems, and it's not only here, I'm seeing it in other places as well. So maybe that's something that you can consider. And I know that I don't know if you've done a performance evaluation, like maybe a 90-day thing for your division directors, but what are the issues there? And I would hope that our next report, we're hearing about how some of these issues are being, handled. Is there a plan for it? So that we're not hearing the same report next month, in 2 months, in 3 months. And so there's just too many services that we need to provide. There are people who need to receive these services. We are up against a timeline. So I really think we need to get to business here and really try to resolve some of these internal issues. Because we need to get the services provided to our veterans and then in general to our Navajo people. So thank you.
Vice Chair, thank you. Again, moving on to Honorable Dr. Nez.
Oh, Hatita.
Oh, Patita.
Hello. Hakosi. DOS ito ay kwaiki chote asinsa. Ako kwaiki Division Director Baldwin. Aro Mr. Sandoval, Kirk Sandoval. Aro, I understand Chief of Staff is here. I do want to preface by saying I think this is why HEHSC has also been asking for a representative from the Office of President and Vice President. I know that Ms. Vivian Watunas was designated to serve as the representative, but I'm unsure what the schedules are like or how that is coordinated. But I know during this morning's announcements, we had asked, our Honorable Chair James had asked for the representative. But we did hear from an individual from Washington office, but particularly somebody who was there within the Office of President and Vice President. So I just wanted to preface this with that. Otto, there are some additional concerns. I know during the Flagstaff orientation, I extended the invitation to be part of our meeting. We were there, and there was a lot of concerns and issues raised as well. And, with comments coming from our veterans about they operate or they campaign on these matters for us. And then when they get into office, we're left behind. And I feel like that's very soon for them to be making those type of judgments, because there are still a lot of questions and concerns that our veteran organizations at the local level are having. And yesterday I had an opportunity to sit in on that discussion and hear their concerns. And I look forward to inviting the President, Vice President, as well as Ms. Baldwin to our meetings. Again, you can always view them on our website. And I've shared that website with you before. I'll share it again. That's community.net, KEMMUNITY.net. We do have veteran organizations from each of our chapters here that I work alongside in Fort Defiance, Samuel, Crystal, and Red Lake. So I thought they have questions and things that they've had challenges obtaining. And I was working with former Fort Defiance housing rep, Ms. Wilhelmina Sosi, come to find out that she departed. So those types of changes would be great to know as well, because in our Upper District 18 area, I've been collecting demographics to help further my advocacy on behalf of our veterans, but it's difficult to do that when we're also not informed of any of the updated changes internally. But I also feel that when you have that lack of communication, when you have some of those areas that need adjustment and improvement, you know, everyone is really focusing on those areas, but at the same time, you have to think about those individuals who are being neglected. And in this case, it's our veterans, it's our, you know, our Gold Star mothers, it's our spouses, it's that community, our treasured community who is, you know, feel like they don't have a voice, and we're just a little over 100 days in. So, you know, help one another, because that's what, you know, we're in these positions to do, to build capacity, build one another, and to deliver, because as my colleagues have mentioned, there are deadlines that we're pursuing. There are changes that we as 25th Navajo Nation Council want to pursue, but, you know, oftentimes those are negated when we have these types of challenges that we're hearing. You know, as one is in a position to make and influence different types of changes, I think it's really key to, you know, participate in ways that you can help build the organization and, you know, move forward in goodwill on behalf of our veterans, and really make it a point to be out in our communities. That's why I'm really grounded in community. I feel that, you know, you see a lot and you witness a lot, you experience a lot. You start to advocate closely as their representative. So again, I extend an invitation to you all to participate, give us updates, inform us of those changes that are occurring internally so that we know who we're working with. In fact, I'm going on, you know, a couple months now waiting for a report that I had issued on behalf of our Red Lake Veterans Organization. So a lot of these different things are coming up, and I just plead here to have you all, you know, situated in whatever aspect that may look like for your team, but to also understand that our veteran community is often having these types of concerns early on, especially from the Twin Warrior Society of Fort Defiance. You know, our Fort Defiance veterans, they participate and are very well known across the Navajo Nation. So these are those concerns directly from them. So I wanted to just relay that message. You'll look forward to a letter that I'll be relaying on behalf of our commander, Mr. Yazzie there at Twin Warrior Society, as an opportunity to enhance and help us out. So the more that we also know, we are able to at least provide some recommendations, but we cannot do that enough if we're not knowing what is being occurred or internally or even about to the community. So I cannot re-emphasize that enough for my colleagues. At this time, those are my only comments and questions, looking up to those updates regarding our chapters here in the Upper District 18.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Nez. Committee members, any others? Shade, Honorable Helena Nez again. And then for the record, so that's complete. For the record, we do have Honorable Speaker Seth Damon here with us. Welcome. For the record, Honorable Helena Nez Nanahoji.
Good afternoon. Josh. Sandoval. Mr. Chief of Staff and Bobby and the council has to come in people Eliza and the staff and our listener in the room here. They had the Olin and then I'm in Oyala, which is what the Hano chapel. This is sitting here. This, you know, maybe has to iron things out. The bottom line of everything is our veterans. They're the ones that are suffering out there. You know, just too busy. Just throwing horns to each other seems like we should really be on the ball for them and getting things in order for them. And that's all we say. Sometimes it doesn't happen. But it takes an individual, if you have to be the one to change things, you know. You gotta make that change yourself. So working on things. So, and that's the only way a program like this somewhere. I've been on the other side as executive staff before. And it is hard when if there's not, the teamwork is not there. It's very hard. If we all work together, plan together, it's much easier to roll them all. And I sit here, we all sit here, we listen to you guys talk to us, and you know, and that's the way we think of you. You're doing your job out there. But then to come back in here to hear this, it's like, are we just going in a circle? You know, if we're going to be here for the people, we need to stop that and really get to work. They're suffering out there every day. You know? They sleep in the cold. They're out there in the heat. Any storm that comes around, they're out there. While we get a paycheck and sleep warm, eat good food. Our veterans are not like that. I'm sorry to say. I have a lot of veterans in each of my chapters that comes to me. And I don't want to fail them. I either. I don't want to make excuses. And I know it's my chapter, my agency that I've seen in the red. And that was what my question was. Why is it so much money in the red? What can I do to help? We need to work together, guys. We don't want to be the barrier. We don't want to be in someone's way. We want to be the voice. We want to be the one that says, hey, let's do it. Let's work together. Where can I fit in? How can we do this? It really hurts. To me, it really hurts because I saw how my brother suffered without a house. And he passed on like that. He never got a chance to live in a nice home. Never did. Walked the roads because of whatever he went through out there in Vietnam. How are we going to help those people like that? Are we just going to laugh? Are we just going to laugh about them again? Or are we just going to just keep them to the curb? We can't. They struggled long enough already. So it has to be us to work together to hurry and get things done for them. At least if we can have someone walk into a nice home and enjoy that living before their things are up. That's all we want. And for us to do this, go in circles, we need to break that and be here for our veterans. And my My brother Honorable James is saying that. How are we gonna work this out? And even Grandpa told, he's a veteran himself. So they gave me das TikTok. They only did das. I'm better now. Let's help our veterans. Let's see, if we have to put this into our hands, then we should. That's all I want to share, you know, it's a little. Chair James, yeah.
Subject Honorable Helena Yazzie, committee members. Are there any other comments, questions? If not, I will go ahead and give the floor back for response to our presenters. Ms. Baldwin and then Mr. Kurt Sandoval. Response.
That is not Miss Delegate Gay. Nidna. Aro Delegate Simonson, first time for the Niana. I want to know email for the updates from the Sparrow Group. They have a Zoom meeting every Thursday. I know they reached out to the current director to be a part of that, and he's never been a part of that. And I mistook that I was supposed to give that invitation to Delegate Simonson, that Zoom meeting, and then I informed the Sparrow Group, and so they reached out to her. So any of you can be a part of that, I guess, if we're looking at transparency and see what the processes are and how we're moving along on this 125 list. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to go up to Northern Agency, and it's embarrassing. When I reached out to a veteran that's on that list, he was single at the time and he got a 1-bedroom home. He's employed and he's trying, but since then his family has increased in size. And I don't know if I relate this story to you guys. So you can understand this 1-bedroom home. And when I went out there on my initial assessment, his name came up on our list. And I just made sure, because according to our policies, we have to cater to the veterans' children. And so I got that information and I spoke with the program supervisor one, Ms. Johns at the time. And I said, this is not safe. This is not a good environment for our children. And so I reached out with the contractor and they said, okay, we're going to do additions. And this is my news source right now is Jeanette. Okay, this is my news source for my job. I hear other employees conversing and I ask questions. I said, did you guys hear anything? What are we doing? And one of the remarks was, well, he's not getting anything. It's just original construction deficiency. And my thought was, okay, that's not our money. That's the veteran's money. And he could improve his quality of life. He's working. He's trying to support his children. And it's expensive. I don't know what kind of a job he has. And that was my genuine news source. And I was wondering, and I asked the housing specialist that is still there, Larry Joe, to reach out to that veteran and say, hey, this is the conversation. This is the news source. Go verify it and make sure that you're not going to get screwed over from the other bedrooms that we're going to put on your house. And I don't know if that happened or if they reached out. And the lady that was here, she's a surviving spouse. So according to our policy, we're not able to build her a new home, but her husband died waiting on a home. Their application is 20 years old. And when she came to me, I said, hey, maybe the new administration, maybe the director's new program policy or Holdings, whoever's in charge, I don't know, of the housing program, maybe they had conversations and maybe there are policies that are coming up. Maybe you can fit in. If not, then maybe there's another ARPA funding somewhere that's available for you. And that's who I asked to come and I said, speak on your own behalf. The gentleman that went out to Twin Arrows, he was on our 125 list. But he was told that he's gonna get a house, but it's gonna be, the construction's gonna begin the end of this month. I don't know who's building it. I don't know what funding source. See, this is supposed to be my job, and so he reached out to me and I said, hey, bro, I apologize. But they're the ones, and I hope they gave it to you in writing. So it's not just Jeanette, and that you are gonna get a house. I had another veteran, like I said, he said he's on a top 10 list. And I don't know who told him he's on a top 10 list. I could share the email with you. But I think you're familiar with him because he's on from your chapter. I said, reach out to your council delegate. So for him, that was great news. So see, that's where I'm going out to the veterans' homes and I'm trying to make sure that I'm representing them, and I keep telling them, who's your advisory council members? And I got their names and I got their emails. And I hand that out to say, hey, if I'm not effective in helping you and advocating on your behalf, reach out to your advisory council members. Even when I go to the chapter veteran organization meetings, you know, they ask me questions about policies. I said, here they are, but I don't know if those are going to change. Maybe you guys at the chapter level should say, draft a resolution and I'll hand it up to say, hey, this is our recommendation for our housing program policy from the chapter, not from the leaders, you know, because I don't know the issues that they face. They're more familiar with where they live. So that's what I've been trying to do. And I apologize. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. I'm a veteran myself. But honestly, I am getting frustrated. I looked at other employment. I know I had 3 veterans leave. Wilhelmina was a veteran. Dr. Nez mentioned her. She came home from deployment, went to her veteran organization meeting at the Fort Defiance Agency office when it was still in Fort Defiance. And she was told there's nothing for you. Go help yourself. You know, what little money she had, she put down on a trailer, but that was repulled because she was trying to better herself and go get educated, go get an education, you know? So she ran into that. And then she left because she's just like, I can't take this. And now she's happier. Miss Johns is a veteran. She's happier. The Chinle agency housing specialist, she's happier. And now I'm wondering, why the hell am I here? I have better opportunities. I can make more money off the reservation, not being employed by the Navajo Nation. But then my conscience tells me you have veterans living like this. I showed Del Vignito. There's a veteran up in Northern Agency, 97 years old, lives in a shack. And his daughter took him in. I'm gonna pass it down. I don't know if it's gonna go out of it. And I guess his daughter, when I was talking to her, he said, he told us, just stay away from the Navajo Nation veterans. They're not gonna help. They told me my DD 214 was not valid, and that was before the audit findings. A 97-year-old. And that's the home that he was able to put together for himself, I guess. So he gave up on the Navajo Nation veterans. And I reached out to his daughter, and I've been in communication with her to say, hey, go back, go take your information back to the agency office and see what you can do. Push her. I reached out to the newspaper and said, hey, is this what's going on? This is supposed to be my job. Throw me under the bus. I could care less to say but I'm there. And the lady's husband, the 97-year-old veteran's son-in-law, is a Vietnam veteran. He wants nothing to do with the Navajo Nation veteran. You know, that's the situations that I come into and I have no answers. All sunshine and rainbows, we're all gonna get along. But I'm meeting these people and they're asking questions to me that I can't answer. Okay, when I had the whole team, when we were here, the program supervisor 1 was here. We still had housing specialist staff. Nobody reached out to us to ask us, hey, what have you guys encountered? What are you guys doing? What's positive? What's negative? Where can we help you? Nothing. Not one person from the transition team, not one person. I even reached out, and when I came in presented in front of you all. I said, come with me. Let's go on the road. Let's go visit these homes. Let's go look at these places. Dr. Nez reached out to the housing specialist. He reached out to me, but I referred him back to the housing specialist to get the numbers that he wanted for his chapters. I wish more council delegates would do that. You know, get these numbers. Like I said, I reach out to veterans, and with the $50 million, I mean, for example, we got SWIFT saying that they can build these homes for X amount of dollars, and we would be looking at about 200 homes. Okay. With the 2 million from NHA, that's not all housing. There's some other things that you can use it for. But we could start cranking out homes, and that's going to be replenished. That was my understanding when they came to us to sit down with us and communicate, say, this is the subrecipient agreement, this is how we can move forward. Okay. So honestly, at the end of the day, I have no interest in gaining notoriety. I'm just frustrated because I'm dealing with the veterans, and it's embarrassing to see this. And I think if you go back, when the first time that I stood in front of you, I said I was embarrassed to be blocked in as a Navajo tribal employee. I can't even move because of the program policies and how long it takes to change those policies and the processes, you know? So even the advisory council members, I reached out to them. They said, you know what? There's 6 over here, there's 4 over here. We're on the losing side, so why are we even voting? You know, they formed those cliques. One person supports this person, another person supports this group. That's what I ran into. I didn't know that before I became employed with the Navajo Nation. This is embarrassing. So somebody would come to me when I still had the whole team and said, hey, you're the housing program. How can we work together? What are the policies that are in place at the moment? I was hopeful, honestly, when Director Rohrlein left. I was like, shoot, we can go back to square homes. I even went to his office. And he's like, why does it cost so much? I said, we asked the same thing. Why do these houses cost so much? They're octagons. But so far, we haven't even finalized square home plans to build. I reached out to SWIFT and I asked him, what kind of homes do you have? And that gentleman just gave me some renderings. You know? So that's what I'm working with. I'm trying to figure out which way we can go. When I had the whole team, it would have been good. If somebody would have reached out and said, hey, we're the new administration. Let's work together from February 27th. That would have been the first conversation. But no, we're just sitting there. And I know you have, maybe you can bring back Ms. Johns, you can bring back some of the other housing specialists. You know, the only reason I'm still here is because I'm frustrated. This is embarrassing. That's why I'm still here. Some days I get up and I say, you know what? It's not working.
That complete your response?
Oh, no, I guess that's what, I have no issues with, if we're working together and we're communicating like adults, I'm all on board. But that hasn't been the case since February 27th. So what am I supposed to do? I'm not a little kid. You want me to go play with my toys over in the corner by myself and keep quiet? No, I can't do that. I'm meeting veterans and they're coming to me and asking me questions that I don't have answers for. So I started, like I said, sending them to the president's office. Maybe somebody's going to move, and look what we have here today. So maybe somebody will listen, but it's the veterans at the chapter level that need to have input as far as the policies.
All right, well, thank you. What time, again, I'll answer this following.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So with regards to the report and the questions that have been given to us, by the honorable delegates here. I know one of the questions was what the actual update was and why is the director not honoring the housing specialist to run the housing program? I want to be very clear on this is I've been researching and I've been looking at the actual files and the actual numbers and the actual budget. And the numbers are not lining up. And just as you would with any account that you're responsible for, you must have that fiduciary responsibility. First and foremost, you need to see where these expenditures are coming from and where they're going. And like I said, these are not lining up, and that's my biggest concern. As one example, I will be happy, not so proud to point out is there was a meeting that was supposed to be held up in Utah. And these particular housing specialists and housing team members took it upon themselves to go up there, but because of weather and because of snow, they were unable to make the meeting up in Utah. So instead, they took it upon themselves to go to a trampoline park and spend the trust fund monies.
Mr. Kirk Sandoval, we have rules of order and we need to uphold that and be respectful and then honor each other. So you need to pop in and bring back, Mr. Sandoval. Thank you. I apologize, Ms. Ball.
As I was saying, so that's part of the lack of fiduciary responsibility that's not being adhered to, and that's what I'm looking into before we move forward with expending monies in an exorbitant manner. And this is a lot of money to be responsible for. And that's why the avenues of approach with these money spendings are being taken the way they are, because I don't want the Veterans Administration, the Navajo government, to have to answer into any of these expenditures where they're unauthorized, where they're going to be findings, where in the end, as a director or as a supervisor, I would be the one responsible for making sure that is answered for, paid back, what have you, or fines attached to that. Additionally, we were talking about the funds in place to justify the money that has been spent. With the mobilization cost, for example, for the Sparrow Group, that's a big issue because we've received an invoice at one point where it was $87,000. And again, these are things that I've been looking into and researching. There was no proper transition period from the previous director to me, from the deputy director. There wasn't. All I was given was policies, and those policies I was given by the deputy director were outdated policies. So I'm having to do my own research. I'm having to gather all this information. I'm pulling the expenses, general ledgers from the FMIS system on a daily basis to get these numbers, to get these figures, to answer all these questions that are coming up for our veterans. Because in the end, you and I, we both have to answer to the veterans at our own hometowns, at our own grassroots level, at our Hogan levels. So that is also one of the big projects that I've been working on. And before we are able to get to these areas, we need to understand where these monies are spent and to prove that these types of spending are not going to be occurring more so now with the administration, with the vision that Dr. Nygren has, with the way he is very knowledgeable in building and the way we want to be responsible for the funding of the Navajo Nation. Also, the other question is that I have been trying to work with Mr. Sandoval. I have been following your directive at our first meeting where I was told, work with your housing team. I have been trying to work with the housing team. However, just as an example, just now with the backlash or with the backtalk or even out there, it's in minutes out there with the chapter veterans organizations where there has been a lot of condescending messages sent. And that's not appreciated. That's not something that I think should be going on. But again, I'm not responsible for his words. And that's his responsibility as an adult. But it is out there. There's a lot of downgrading. There's a lot of talk about the way the administration is going right now, and it's just not. It's not the that I thought would be there. It's not the teamwork that I thought that would be there. And I've been trying to work with him. But there are instances to where he says, no, I want DPM here. I don't feel comfortable meeting with you alone. So those are the different types of barriers that are coming up with trying to work with the housing program. He does know that our core project right now is the 125 project. And that's where our biggest responsibility lies right now. Thank you.
Does that complete your response?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chief of Staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval.
Good afternoon, everybody. Members of the Health and Social Services Committee. Some water. Well, first of all, we want to let you know that we do support our division director, and we'll continue to support the selection process for the, thank you. Not about to cry either. The selection process was pretty public. We went through a process of working with most of the what were they called? Advisory committees. They were all part of the panel, or they were part of the panel. They selected 3 or 4 people, narrowed it down to the final few, and Miss Bobby Ann Baldwin was the one that was chosen by her comrades, and along with a representative from the president's office. And so we set forward a path for her to make sure that things got cleared up. But we must admit, ladies and gentlemen, that in the very beginning, it was a rocky start. It was a rocky start with staff. There was no transition report. The former director asked for his entire time off. He refused basically to do any sort of working with the current director to have a good process of transition, but he refused to do that. And we honored his request to go ahead and take time off and use this time out. And if I'm not mistaken, currently he may be filing a lawsuit against Nation too. So that's, what I can say even more on that is limited. And so going to talk about all of your concerns related to your veterans back home, I want to let you know that we concur what you're hearing from your veterans, because we're probably hearing the same. We heard it during the campaign. And this particular candidate had a lot of support from the veterans. So, we obviously want to make sure that there's a priority set on it. And we did some numbers early on thinking total number of veterans around 12,000. Is that a number you might be familiar with? And if you divide that number 12,000 up by their budget, it really only allows about $141 per person to service them. If my numbers may not be 100% accurate, but I'm ballparking it. And then the number of workers that are over at the Division of Veterans, if we divvy those up between the 12,000, that leaves 429 veterans per worker over there. If we divvy up the number of council delegates and the number of veterans that you may or may not represent, there's over 500 veterans that each one of you would represent. Probably some of you more than the others. And then just some other numbers we did, the $12.4 million in the trust fund. If we just divided that among all the veterans, that's only $516 per vet. And if you looked at the 50 million that's sitting there now, that in itself is only $2,083 per veteran. Then the $2 million, it's only $83 per veteran. And if you divide all that up, that's really a little over almost $11,000 per veteran across Navajo Nation. So do we really have enough money to do what we got to do, starting with the program? Do they have enough money? Do they have enough funding to service what we got to do? Just some food for thought, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the housing issue, we'd like to report to you today that on the housing initiative, when I first came to office, Mr. Sandoval and what was her name?
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones, yeah. I don't know her first name. They came, and what I was presented with, I think 4 or 5 sheets of paper Each one was an invoice, just handwritten for the most part in large amounts, 40,000, 37,000. So my question was, what is this? This doesn't appear to have a whole lot of the legality that needs to be. We need some broken down stuff. Who built the house? Who inspected it? Did we do this? Did we do that? Instead, it was just so I brought a stop to the payments for them till we took a look at things, and they left the paperwork at my office, and only come to find out that they were pretty priced. I think we at $300,000 a home. About that, yeah. Yeah, each home was costing $300,000 a house. And what that culminated into just recently, when the director took her action, Sparrow came back and said, we can give a new price for that. Probably around 180, was it 180, 190,000. So the question was, why were you charging 300 to begin with? Why are we at 186 now? So just some questions on validity. And then I just came across another piece of FRF legislation where Sparrow is in charge of building 5 housing manufacturing facilities. They got the ultimate contract for $30 million to do that. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but that's kind of what transpired. So there was some questions about that particular company that we had to bring it to a stop and analyze it, knowing that Madam Begay was that there are veterans out there that are not sleeping in the accommodations that would be what they deserve, that the weather may be in inclement conditions and it may not be comfortable, but with the notion that we've got to move this forward though. We've got to make sure we're moving things forward. And with that, the administration is looking at multiple manufacturing possibilities, maybe Sparrow being one of them. The company in Page, Zenny Homes. There's a Navajo gentleman who has presented himself, indicating that he'd be able to manufacture homes. The number that I want to share with you today, and you as lawmakers and legislators may already be aware of this number, but there is an estimated close to $300 million out there for homes right now, with ARPA funding, with CHID and their objective, and Navajo Housing Authority. The money was given to Navajo Land Commission. So what the administration is currently wanting to do is we've got to bring everybody together. Right now, the people who are responsible for building homes are NHA, Navajo Nation Community Development, the CHID program, Navajo Nation General Services and Employee Housing, Navajo Nation Veterans, Navajo Land Commission. All of the chapters got money, and I think there's some of the people may be building homes. If I'm correct, over in Tuba City, the Western Agency, Council Delegate Otto So has allocated all his money for housing, Tuba City area. So, and I think there's a couple others. So right now on the board, there's a projection to build close to 600 homes. But how do we do that? We can get it done, but we've got to figure in salaries of these employees. We've got to figure in material. We've got to figure in when are they going to be here. We've got to figure in the supply chain issue. We got to figure in, is the labor even going to be available? Because if the Navajo Nation is not going to pay enough money for contractors to do work, they're going to go to Phoenix or stay in Albuquerque or stay in Farmington is where they're going to work, and then we have no labor. So we're tasked with, and we're doing our best to figure this all out. Because again, we've only got 14 months to go to get monies expended in all of your chapters and all of the programs. And the stuff that's happening here, I'm going to go back to what every one of you have said. And no offense to the 2 gentlemen, but the 2 ladies that spoke, the 2 honorable council delegates, it really hits home. We got to work together. And Honorable James, I'm hearing you, and I'm hearing Honorable Delegate Mr. Tolt. Let's work together. But at the same time, maybe we have some shortcomings on our part. But let's communicate. Let's work together. Let's talk about this. Let us keep you informed and hold me accountable for that, and hold our division accountable for that. Let us be accountable. But we can't, we got to minimize the harsh words for one another. You mentioned, and we want to make sure that we're demonstrating that part, that we're delivering that part. It's a hard job on our part to deliver for 12,000 veterans, among the staff that we have. And as I mentioned earlier, coming in, it was rough because there was that divide. And it was mentioned here, there were people that continued to be loyal to the former administration. And we even dealt with people resigning from the division at the advice or at the direction of the former director. Come with me, let's quit. And that's what happened. So how many people were gone by the time we? Five or six people, and they were key people. So we have to figure out how do we get past that. And I think I want to commend the director for doing a commendable job of getting past it. And our director here, I think, even worked without salary for a little bit because he was occupying the position. So we had to find alternative funding to cover her position in that short period of time. She also worked, without pay, but got started and got moving. And I want to say thank you to Olin Iomi, who's again at a lot of these meetings and helps us. And based on all the comments that were given by the various council delegates, I'm only going to refer to a couple. 1,112 homeless people, homeless veterans. During that period, how much was that reduced? And how many homes have we built and what do we have projected for this?
For this time?
Yeah.
We currently have about 30
projected.
Projected
Okay,
for
we've
sure.
done two with the two that went up. Okay. So already in the few short months that we've been here, we've done more to build homes and build those shelters for veterans than I think in the last 4 years. So that's what I want to add to all of the, the council delegates. I really appreciate your time. I've got a meeting with NTUA right now to talk about bathroom additions and power line extensions and power to homes, and we got to keep that moving as well. So as soon as possible, I want to excuse myself, but I do want to hear back from the council delegates so we can again begin to work together in a harmonious and a way that talks about, we're really communicating and treating one another with so.
So that completes your response, actually.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief of Staff, Dr. Sandoval, for the response tonight. With that, I believe I have Honorable George Toth that would like to do a follow-up.
Thank you, Chair, Madam. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, sorry. Also, HEHSC committee. No. We did that huge one underneath the of course, the Johnson in the our United States. Isn't it? That the last stage is so we always say we blame somebody else. Let's stop doing that. I don't want to see taking guests. I'm not able to keep it put. They're telling me every time of year. So I'd rather have the good news next time we call you. And staff turning to. But not all that you could be. And then I just heard and from a certain individual came up in the house election. And you were part of it, Mr. Sandoval. Here I got email. Sandoval is not being truthful about the selection process. Of course, the patient on that's let's put it on the record. Oh, I know what I'm talking about, the transport inside the meeting. For you aware of it, how it was handled, how the president got involved, and when that's our state. some type of bully went around in that room. You aware of it? And everybody's aware of it. Is that being fair? The way the contract, I understand selection, you have to advertise. They have to submit their application. Then it has to be screened. From there, the president looks over the application. Whoever he selects, that comes before the advisory council. In between the application, no, we about advisory, president, select the contract. Yeah. penalty. Ako apotage after lessons in some. That is only very in that 6 years. In Aliyah, 6 years. New administration has a different idea. Quite in the side. All could cut off in heaven. 6 years, you can extend it on it. No, Mr. Russell became signed it. So that was the law. Mr. President, and no, I can do that no. So he cut that off. So that 6 years still in place. There hasn't been amended in the Veterans Act. It was never done. Lady Mr. Swerlani, he wrote out now the same people even next is that issue. It's a issue. I want to bring that out. Even now, this harvest selection. Helen asked that this procedure was for selection. Okay, I don't think so. No, sir. So that's passed. But what I like to hear from you as your staff and directors, what are you going to do for the veterans right now? He's charging clear or he for happen she missed. He oh, bless her. Oh, he tells me you haven't get to it. So, let me be fighting that. Set a direction which we're going to go forward. Next, I would ask the Mr. The company that right now, if we can invite them to our meeting, see how what the contract is, and then so see what's going on with them. They've been denied, or we build some more. District chair, so that we can talk to them. So they're still in the contract or not. We have that authority. So thank you.
I can have Honorable Toll with that. There is a request from Honorable Toll. Let's say the advisor, Mr. Mo, if you can reach out to the companies borrow.
The Sparrow Group.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Sarah?
Sarah, yeah.
Yeah, I'll forward the information to you.
To have a report to the pressing. Maybe if not a report, maybe a work session with them. In regards on behalf of testing, so I think that would be very helpful. So with that request coming from Honorable George Cole, we look forward into that, and then we'll get back with you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh, Otto, Mr. Nall?
Sorry, the report will cover the whole housing expenditure?
The whole budget and what they had, which direction they're going, if the nomination is, get them off the contract, what's the information, because we're not getting good information on the administration. They're saying, soften the foundation, but not either we're supposed to have a contract on. See. Idea. A law or criminal or one Mazelia Pastori's. We're making it so. Costs a lot of money. Also,
Yeah, honorable talk, thank you for that. Ms. Pinella, I think again, it will involve others, individuals. Again, after you receive the information from Ms. Baldwin, probably that would also fall into the DOJ, Department of Justice, regarding the contract.
For DOJ, excuse me, for DOJ and also for OMB criminal.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah, so those would be the two individuals. And I think, from Honorable Toll, the concern is that it was addressed. I don't remember, Ms. Bowman, you had to help me with the date when you guys had your meeting at 20 hours.
March 31st.
So he thought it was addressed to us that, the plan was to terminate the contract, and I guess as of today, it has still not been, so. As of been terminated, yeah, so. It's about, I will share that.
You're finishing up the last project.
Coming from Honorable, both. So it is, okay. Committee members, are there any other follow-ups? If not, Chief of Staff, Mr. Sandoval, I just request to work with Ms. Baldwin to provide an updated reporting
Okay.
to HEHSC in regards to breakdowns by chapters, by agencies of the submissions of housing applications. How many housing applications are currently inactive and not active? And down the line, so I think we need to get that updated information. As of today, we have not received any sort of information corresponding to the housing plan, and going back to the housing action plan, the now Nation Veterans Administration for January 1st, 2018. In there, the plan was to generate and construct 15 new homes in each agency annually from January 1st, 2018 to September 30th, 2018. And so that's one of the interesting piece that we also would like to hear. And then at the same time, what is the at this point, as a new director, what is the actual program summary of the program of the whole concept of veterans department? What are the goals and objectives in regards to accomplishing those objectives that I'm assuming that has been in place? Mr. Sandoval, you indicated that you provided her information on how to move forward and what direction. You gave her some lead information and documents that you had indicated. Just so, practically just an overview of where we stand with the housing action plan. Because as of now, all we've heard is just the 125 projects, which is still under the audit. I think this is the third round that we received and overview regarding that audit, and I think we're well familiar with that. We received documents on that as well. But up to this point, we don't know anything about the 1,300 applications. As of today, earlier, this fall, indicated it has gone down to 700, but nothing laid out on black and white, and why that has shifted down to 700. And the next one will be, the hiring of personnel for the department. I think that's one of the main big concerns issues as well. At this point, Chief of Staff, you are aware that there was a legislation that was passed regarding the background check. So we should have a high amount of reason why we're not hiring individuals at this point. As Chief of Staff or as division directors, Department of Personnel does have listings of individuals that have qualified for certain positions that you yourself or your departments can request for to begin an interview process that has already been assessed by DPM staff. So, I mean, at this point, I mean, I'm assuming that's where you guys should be at to fill those vacancy positions. Other than that, I think having that orientation or work session, however you want to call it, regarding this contract going back and forth, I think that's one of the main issues that we also need to have our action in place on that, when we know what we're doing. Everybody knows what's going on, what our veterans know what is going on, how we can relay that information back to the local veterans as well. For that, so those were some of the things that I would share with you. Chief of Staff, again, thank you for being here. I was really surprised to see you walk in. So hopefully we'll have more visits of you from you during the HEHSC meetings. So you're gonna have any I want to know how delegates are thinking, and then that's my portion. So ADA with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
No.
Any other comments, questions, committee members? If not, I will go ahead and give the floor back to the presenters, Mr. Sandoval, and Ms. Baldwin. I don't know who's patient.
Which Sandoval first? Well, Sandoval go.
Well, I'm glad I showed up. I didn't know that we're still, there were still talks about having facilities to build homes, which I'm 100% behind. And I know in talking to Mr. Capero with the FRF group, that's what I asked him, is there a deadline on the ARPA funding to say this is when you need to blow through $50 million? I think we need to revisit that conversation. So it would have been good to have a meeting even just with his staff. So I'm aware, I mean, in the responsibility of my job, if I'm reporting to a CEO and they want to know where the money's going, I'd say, you know what, there's $50 million and this is the time frame that we're working with, you know what I mean? So I'm not sure, 14 months. And as far as, I think that is a really good suggestion for the Sparrow Group. I know they've been trying to be forthcoming, but there's no communication back, so they don't know if they are still contracted or there's going to be some amendments to their contract so they can continue forward. But from what I'm hearing right now, that's it, and then put in your bid, and then we'll go from there. So I'm not sure that'd be good for them to provide that. And I wish, I thought you guys were in the know with the fiscal responsibility. If I would have known, I would have. Well, then again, I can't email you guys. So if you want, David Wiegand, who's the president of that company, I can have them contact you. So you all can CC in on it, or sunshine and rainbows. So this is just the things that I've been frustrated with, not really knowing an overall plan. I know since February 27th, that whole concept of check, I responded in kind. It's pretty much what it is. You know, if you treat me a certain way, what am I? You know, if you come to me and say, hey, let's sit down, let's all discuss, even if we argue, but as long as we're being progressive, in our arguments, that's good. You know, we can, everybody has something to bring to the table at the end of the day, which is what I had with the housing specialists. I enjoyed their company. We get together and we say, you know what, like one guy said, the emergency clause. Wonderful idea. You know, stuff like that where we could, so the new administration is coming in, maybe they want to hear what we have to say. And there's nothing. So I'm not sure where that whole and communication, transparency, and even with the Twin Arrows report, that was supposed to have been our program supervisor. At the last minute, it was like, you stay home, give me the papers, and we're presenting what we're presenting. So that to me, that's not how you deal with people. You know, we're adults. Unfortunately, I think I've become the unofficial spokesperson for a lot of the staff underneath the Navajo Nation veterans. And one of them reached out to me and said, hey, this is what we've been talking about. Since the VSOs are the ones in charge of the agency office now. And they have a list of stuff. They're like, since you're going over there, and if you get a chance to talk, is it possible you can present this for us? So I'm not the only one sitting here complaining. So I mean, I have some papers if you guys want to look at it, and that's your employees for the Navajo Nation veterans. Granted, not 100% of them, but a lot of them. And I've had back and forth with the director via email to say, what are we doing? You haven't even had a strategic session where all the employees come together and they say, oh, this is now your new director. You know? And then now the director comes up and says, hey, this is what I'm working with. This is what I'm planning on doing. This is what the president has given to us. So I'm not sure when that's going to be. And I don't know. I haven't heard anything. My Genuine News Network hasn't told me when that strategic session is supposed to happen. So that's some of the frustrations that they have. So, I mean, if you'd like, I can give those to you guys and you can invite all of them and see. But like I said, they're scared to talk, I guess. I mean, people need their jobs. I really don't care. I want to work for the veterans. I was all excited when I came on board. I'm excited for housing. But dealing with this type of stuff is just, I never thought in a million years I'd be sitting here talking about this kind of stuff, but it is frustrating to me. And it is something that I know veterans that I've met, I tell them, go rattle some cages. Which is why I started sending them to the president's office, and they did. Now one guy's on the top 10 list, one lady might be getting a FEMA trailer. You know? And I asked this lady to come because she's a surviving spouse. And I told her, according to the policies we currently have, this are outdated according to the director, then she's not getting a house. So how can we help her? So that's where I'm asking, is like, I'm glad I showed up. So I mean, if you want the complaints from the other employees, I can give that to you guys. I don't think you want transparency. I mean, I don't know what else to say. But I'm glad I showed up. I learned a couple things. So thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, I think it's unfortunate that we sit here and discuss these things in this fashion, but I guess if you allow it, then that's fine, I guess. First of all, the people elected the president, and a good portion of them were veterans. At that point, there was a selection process, which I'm rather surprised to hear that I'm not being truthful, but I don't know who texted that. I told you exactly what the process was, and we can probably get it down in writing. There was and then there was an announcement made via social media, and we had a lot of responses. I think we had a number of responses, and then it was dwindled down with the involvement of the committees. So I don't necessarily want to have to push back on that particular comment, but that's, it'd be nice to know who's saying that so we can, sit front to front, give them a report or whatever needs me to satisfy their, and then not make accusations about me not being truthful. That's not fair to me, but it is what it is. And then I don't think sending people to the office of the president, vice president has gained anyone favorability. I don't think so. I think that's the wrong thing to do. There's still a chain of command. There's still a process. There's still a way we got to do things. And that's unfortunate that we're handling that way. But I don't think that that's resulted in anybody getting a home that's been through the process at the Veterans Division. I had at least 2 meetings with staff, all of staff, I thought.
Yes.
Because we shut veterans down completely. Were you at that meeting over at the Veterans Office?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I explained everything, who the new director would be, what we're gonna do to work together going forward. So I did that on 2 occasions, I believe, honorable members of the HEHSC committee. So that's just to, again, clarify the comment about that. And then the updated report, we'll make sure that I'll probably have the division director call you to make sure whatever you want contained in the report is there. If there's something that we either can't report or may not report, but I don't think that would happen. We'll talk to you, Honorable Delegate James, to make sure that there's a report available for the committee. Again, back to the transition. The transition was done by only the former director. He had staff there, and the transition meeting actually turned into a little bit of it was an interesting back and forth. I instructed our team to make sure they just listened, and some of the team became very personal and very vocal at the time during the transition meeting before we took office. We weren't given a written report of much, but we were told that I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm working on this, and that's going to get pulled back. And even to the point, I think that what do you call the people that are certified to help the veterans?
VSOs.
The VSOs. That I guess he was the holder of the reason that they were licensed. That was going to be pulled back, and a few other things. So just that's what kind of transpired during those things. But again, we look forward to working together. We look forward to making sure that the next report is, what do you say, happy or good or humble or Mr. Pope? Yeah, not sure, but we make sure it's good and it's positive for all of you, all of us. And here's what I'm observing. I'm observing some undue let's just say there's some undue necessary defense or protection over the decision of the president. Let's say we're going to switch a contractor. Let's say we're going to modify a piece of legislation. We know we're going to come back to council, but that's the prerogative of the president. Or one of the things that the president wants in all of these ARPA expenditures is to make sure that companies are not padding their pockets. Subrecipients are not padding their pockets. Employees are not making reasonable rates. He wants to make sure that so this don't happen, and this don't happen, we can build more product. Maybe it's more houses, more bathroom additions, more power line extensions, by making sure that people are not taking us to the cleaners and soaking up monies that could go to more of the product, more delivery of services. So that's one of the things that we're one of the goals we're working towards. So that's it.
Okay. Again, thank you. In regards to email and then documents, it's up to you if you want to share the documents with us. I'm just giving it to our staff and go from there. But Chief of Staff, Mr. Contra Sandoval, I really want to emphasize to you to work with your division director and inform them and have them not tell their staff that they can't talk to delegates, that they can't write to delegates, that they can email the delegate. And so that's already been a problem. That's already been an issue. And it has been brought up to me regarding several divisions already. I don't know if my colleagues have are in the same situation, but that shouldn't be the case if we were doing this in the betterment of our nation throughout the nation. And so I got that. And so you have that under a lot of your divisions that's already being set. That you shouldn't be communicating with the delegates and so forth down the line. I think it's very important to try and emphasize that to your division directors. Nana, I've been texting you. I don't know if you received my text. I don't know if you received my emails. But you're not responding back to me. So I don't know who to respond to in regards to these concerns and issues. And lately, I've just been sending them to a couple of the staff at OPVP. I'm hoping and thinking that you'll receive the message regarding the concerns and issues of division directors making certain comments of not to communicate with delegates and so forth. And then the different issues that we run into. So we deal with that, and so I just wanted to let you know that, and I think the key to move forward and make a lot of improvements is to always communicate with one another. So I really, I'm not speaking on the floor. Thank you for being here with us, and then also providing information up to this point. And your verbal information that you shared with us here at the HEHSC meeting. Again, thank you, praising. No other questions. And Honorable Lena Nesgate, Honorable Tony Sullivan.
Want to hear giving myself comments off, I just thank you. Just being a supervisor for so long, for so many years. The responsibility is really in your hand as a division director. You think that he's one of your subordinate. So why did you have a meeting together with him? That's your responsibility. I received that question with Edna, that's not an issue out there. So it'll eliminate all this. I've been in your situation so many times. I have to stand on the ground and I have to sit down with the individuals and talk to them and write it up. Oh, the nonsense to call it the house in it. That's how we were taught all the time. Don't go to the council. We were told that for so many years. And I said, I've been with the Navajo Nation as an employee. We were told that. We were threatened with that. Don't go to the council. Don't be saying this. Don't do that. No. I had one supervisor that was so tough that she used to march to the chambers all the time. When Thomas told his mom, Lola, behind. That's how she does. I worked with her so many years, but as a supervisor, those are the responsibilities. And so, I'll be Peter subordinates, and so in this day that he died, if it was transparency, you guys were having meetings with staff meetings, very important. I had staff meeting every Monday morning. I had staff meeting every Friday afternoon. It's the only way that I help my elders out there. What are we gonna do this week? This is what we're gonna work on. But that we accomplish. That's the supervisor. Because you're there to give them direction, you're there to give them guidance. You're looking up to who as. Maybe opportunity, I'm not doing that, but I just kind of share those things. I'm being a supervisor for so many years. And that's how it is.
We can have, shut it, Honorable Helena Gate. With that, I'll go to Honorable George Dalton.
Well, Mr. Chair, thank you. That's. Very good on this understanding. She became king, yeah. Ako, me. Потім кізею, розсадненчі, не відомо, каріна, а ще є, не сару, не саджено, вибіно. Його багато відео. А попілачі, його. Побіде, тло, і філя, не нові. Together, take my recommendation, I'll take you. It's all looking at. Shouldn't speak. Your people think the bosses. No, that didn't give you sense. That information I will refer back to local veterans. Great action. I'm not trying to turn you down. All I want is your attention to the picture, the record fast. What falls on continue falls on being a politician, even the record, you will BSO, you know the facts. You know the 40 funds. BSO, which cases a quick time, it's not a name. We work and please. Not 80 minutes. It goes Jungle, you would ask, I can show this, like, I show go back and get various. One of the other, and hold on. Yes, do that. One about the document at the chapter level. Oh, this is going to be in this week, even. Get paid in the chapter, yeah. So someday we'll be out of that. General option. That we got. You're not paid this. Terrible, that's not on she on second command. Police supervisor. I know what transpired the all that. In a. Thomas's case. I couldn't soon. Down visual. What airport, yeah, about using the homicide. I thought she was educated. Where education will be. One day left the following. Could be not a candidate on. So we gave that as to some four and three. You have to go and go through your chain. Be amazing. I've been a supervisor, yes, I shouldn't be something. I'll be back, you know. She had ever snow. She had not time. Done stream of that. Sometimes they don't listen. Sometimes you have no choice. But if I couldn't see, I have overcome. I don't know if that's it. Many people Facebook that are cloud. Sometimes I look at it. But our FHS engine with low demand. I want Deva state place. But Elam's discernible, then director is well. So take care of yourself, be safe, okay?
Legal.
All right, thank you, thank you, Honorable Toh. With that, I will go ahead and go to one of our colleagues, our speaker, the Honorable Satan. Questions, comments?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't want to take up too much time, but I do have a question since we're talking about this. And thank you very much, committee members, for allowing me to speak. And good afternoon to all the committee members here, and then online, and then to the team from the Veterans Office and our chief of staff and our your executive branch employees that are here in the room with us. One of the biggest problems that was I know that was given to Ms. Baldwin, that was handed down to her on her lap when she became the division director or the executive director of the Veterans Administration, was really trying to understand where all these contracts were at, getting up to speed. And the second one was really trying to identify where the money was. The funding was all over the place, was in siloed in different accounts, and the collapse of that needed to be done in trying to identify those portions of funds to try to say, okay, this is how we're going to go and execute contracts, but we need to make sure how much money was actually in those that was given into the Veterans Trust Fund Housing Program over the years. With that, I know that back in early March, Ms. Baldwin, you indicated that we were working to get that completed because one of the presentations I think we got before the March 31st meeting, a week and a half, was that there was a report that was done from OMB, and that report from OMB showed that I think there was only $6 to $7 million of Veteran Trust Fund money in there. And in that, Honorable Chair, that was way low. That was so low. I said, well, okay, there's money missing somewhere. And we asked OMB and they indicated that they were still trying to reconcile all those different things that were completed in the past. And going forward with that, when Ms. Baldwin did a presentation at Twin Arrows with the other staff from the Veterans Administration and from the OPVP with Mr. Kiyomi here, one of the points that was trying to be clarified was trying to say, okay, how do we need to go ahead or how is OMB going to work together with the Veterans Administration to collapse these dollars and making sure that we had all these funds accounted for, because at that point they were not accounted for. They were in different accounts, like I said, and they didn't even know where they were. And my first question back to you, Ms. Baldwin, is have you received an accurate account of funding? How much money is in the Veterans Trust Fund that has not been identified? Or, well, one, I guess this would be a two-part question. One, what is the total amount? And two, what is the encumbered amount in that? I think that would be my first question, because that would really let the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee know this is how much money is in the Veterans Trust Fund housing program, and this is how much we're going to go ahead and needing to expend and draw down on those. And that's the accurate number that you all need to know as the oversight, and giving that information, like Honorable George Stolt has indicated, back to the veterans in your communities, because that's what the question they're asking for, how much money is actually in there. And with that collapse, what are those, if there's current encumbrances, have you accounted for all the encumbrances? Are those encumbrances just with the Sparrow contract? Are there other contracts out there that that have been identified for usage? And what are those contracts? I don't know what those other contracts are. Those would be important initiatives to be answered, because that would show you how much dollars in the past was or in the last 18 months would show what is currently encumbered. Are those contracts with local vendors like Home Depot, Ace Hardware? Where are those at? Those contracts need to be understood and accounted for. Moving forward with that would give you an insight to say, okay, this is where we're going to go ahead and identify where all these funds are. Now, when you're talking about the contractor that's coming on, I think Mr. Sandoval, Chief of Staff, indicated that the possibility might be a swap out consultant group, or like the Sparrow. I look at them like a consultant. I don't know if that's what Sparrow does. I don't know if they're an organization that is identified to do the A&E work and all the right-of-ways and clearances for these construction of homes and the construction of homes, the prepping of them, or if that's been identified specifically to the Veterans Administration to complete that task. And I think that's something that needs to be clarified, and I don't know if that's stated in their contract. And if there is an end date for Sparrow, has the Veterans Administration RFP has sent out or advertised a new RFP for a new consultant group to come on board to take their place to help start building these homes across the Navajo Nation, specifically for the Veterans Trust Fund. That's not even talking about the $50 million that was allocated out of the ARPA funds. So that would be just under the Veterans Trust Fund. And then the second one, or the third question would be, are your ARPA funds utilizing the current applicant list? Are you utilizing the current applicant list that you have historically been utilizing to build homes across the Navajo Nation? Are you going to ask for a new listing from all the 110 chapters or the chapter veterans organizations? Are you just going to be utilizing the current applicant waiting list that you all have currently in place right now? And then the last question I have is that have you started that portion of RFP, the the $50 million. Have you started that, advertised that RFP for construction services? Or A&E work for these 200 to 250 homes for $50 million? That's my question, and I think that the information would be helpful to give better guidance on what kind of program that you're talking about and how the oversight can help assist you all. Because if there's certain hiccups, you see, it's not the job of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, I don't believe, to do your job on a daily basis. But what it is if there's any policies that need to be changed, if there's recommendations that need to be changed, what are those recommendations you can give back to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee to help make those changes? And that's where we can do that. If that's an employee policy, if that's a policy under the Veterans Trust Fund, that needs to be amendments need to be made. Where are those amendments that you're looking at? And I think that's where it's at, Mr. Chair, is where are those recommendations to streamline this? Are there any recommendations from the current Veterans Administration to say, Mr. Chair, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, this is our recommendations for you guys to change the policy so we can complete these homes in 14, 15 months. I don't know if that has been presented back to Mr. Chair, to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you again, Honorable Raymond, for those questions, and then also just to answer your question, there has been no recommendation that has been provided to the SCP or to this day in regards to any changes or any amendments that need to be made. So that's for I stand with the question that you did. And with that, I'll go ahead and give the floor back to the presenters to respond to Honorable Seth Damon.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Damon, to answer a few of your questions, the total amount for the Veterans Trust Fund Housing Program, that information we're still gathering. It wasn't until yesterday we were able to get a grasp on the consolidation of all the Veterans Trust Fund accounts for housing. My knowledge that I did gather was that initially there was 5 accounts for housing, Veterans Trust Fund housing, which was consolidated to 3. And then after that, it was further consolidated to 1 account. So with that 1 account, we did get the amount. It is currently lingering around about $14.8 million. But there is still the outstanding amount in one of the Veteran Trust Fund housing accounts where it is in the negative $575,000. So with that, we're trying to get those accounts situated. We're also in regards to the encumbered amounts are coming in, but there's still those prior accounts that were existing where there was encumbrances that have not been resolved. And when I say that, that's one of the accounts where the Southwest Indian Foundation had fulfilled their contract to delivering 10 homes for veterans. And that's one of the accounts that has 71,000 still outstanding in that particular account. So that's the one where we have to make sure that those fundings are paid out to the vendor. With the VA housing program, the VA housing program is currently up and running with the Veterans Trust Fund. However, with the money deadline for the ARPA funding, we're trying to make sure that we get our ducks in a row, sort of say, for the ARPA funding before we start tackling the Veterans Trust Fund. And our manner in which we're doing that is where I had Mr. Sandoval and his housing specialist work on the policy for the ARPA funding for housing, veterans housing. And that particular policy is currently in draft format, and I need to review that further and then meet with the entire staff to see if there's any tweaks or changes that need to be done, as well as meeting with the advisory council to get their input and then moving it forward to DOJ for their opinion as well. And then with the contracts, the only contracts that I know of with the Veterans Trust Fund Housing Program funding is the one with the Sparrow Group. I don't believe there's any open POs or open accounts with any major vendors such as True Value, Home Depot, Lowe's, or any of the major contracting, hardware companies. Then with the ARPA funds, with the ARPA funding, are we going to be using the current applicant list? Again, that's going to be covered in the policy. And are we going to be getting a new listing and get that input from the CVOs? That would be the best approach because it's at the grassroots level where the most accountability can be ensured and we get the most solid answer on whether or not a veteran does need a home or already has a home. And then you had asked if we have begun the RFP process. We did begin the RFP process for the contractors for the ARPA 50 million, but not for the Veterans Trust Fund, not yet, only because we're still in the corrective action plan for the Veterans Trust Fund housing program. So we want to make sure that we finish out the 125 project before we start putting out another RFP for those services as well. And with the RFP for the ARPA, that's going to be for construction work, the A&E. So it's going to be encompass everything. And then with your last question, I'll give that question to our chief here.
Good afternoon again, members of the committee and honorable council delegate, Mr. Stephan. Regarding your last or your comments and good portion of your presentation, we have a group of people that are meeting, and one of the things that we know is that in the event that legislation needs to be modified or even changed as a whole, we're going to be reaching out to, and your name was the one that was named just this morning's meeting too, to have the Navajo Nation Council understand that if a modification or a change that's needed by the council, then we'd like to expeditiously not only bring it to the legislative branch's attention, but get the what needs to be written completely so that we can get it back before maybe an emergency session of the council or whatever session of the council that needs to be made so that we can get policy changes or amendments to a contract or a contract change as a whole. And these discussions are being had, Mr. Damon, with NHA, Navajo Nation Community Development, Navajo Nation General Services, Navajo Nation Veterans, and Navajo Land Commission to the table. But one of the other things that we're working on, Mr. Damon, is alongside that, if any changes need to be made, we will be coming to you soon, looking for sponsorship or asking you to do such. But at the table, regularly and frequently, are the Natural Resources Division, Economic Development, OMD for business unit situations, OOC for account numbers, and DOJ for legal matters. We're meeting daily. We're meeting constantly to know exactly how we're going to deploy the construction of as many houses as possible for veterans, for chapters, for people in general, for NHA. And we're doing something that's never been done before. And it's an amazing opportunity, an amazing time. And yes, sir, we're going to probably need you guys' help.
Thank you. Honorable Satan.
I have one question. Chair, that was Ms. Baldwin's response. Ms. Baldwin, you indicated that you're working together to create a policy for the ARPA funds. Now my question back to, I know that Ms. Lowell was part of the creation of the overall ARPA legislation. I don't know if you might answer this question. Ms. Lowell or Department of Justice, does that policy need to be approved by oversight? Or is that something that should, the recommendation that's going to be an internal policy that should things to be reviewed in order to follow the expenditure plan that currently is being done by Navajo Nation Department of Justice? And the reason why I'm asking that question, Mr. Chair, is if it does need to be coming back to oversight, then how long is that going to take in order for you guys to come back here and we go ahead and approve that? That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lowe?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, Delegate Damon. So I would encourage the Veterans Administration to consult with their assigned DOJ attorney, Christopher Schneider. But so the short answer is it depends on whether the statements, the policies, the procedures are applicable just to the Veterans Administration in guiding their actions, or whether there's broader applicability throughout the Navajo Nation. So if it's guidance to the Navajo Nation in general, then yes, it generally needs oversight approval. If not, then it can be done internally without oversight approval. But that is something I would consult with your assigned attorney on. Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Honorable Secretary.
I guess my follow-up question to Ms. Baldwin is, I don't know, how soon are you going to get that draft policy together? Because when I can historically do a present, give you an overview on Navajo Tribal Utility Authority is going to receive their first tranche of funds from ARPA, and that's going to be $250 million. But when you see that that's May, they started their drawdown request back in November of last year. December, January, February, March, April, May, 6 months to get to this point. If we haven't started now to get the drawdown and framework in place now for the veterans, now are we going to specifically ask to go through that same process? And then we're looking at from the start date, when you start giving that information to DOJ, internally going back and forth, getting individual on board, are you finalizing the contract from the 164 process, and finally going out to the RFP, get some group on there that's going to take place. Is that going to take 4 to 6 months to get us to that point? And if so, now you're down to 10 months.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Daines, for that follow-up question. Response.
So, Ms. Baldwin can follow up on this question, but to answer your question, Mr. Damon, no. The 6 months that you're talking about, our administration, it's been January, February, March, and April. We've really honed it down to 2 months for us, and we've got a good system in place. We've got people at OMB, OOC, and any oversight changes that we made today. We'll talk about that, but and I can give you some examples, but we've gone from 2 months to 2 weeks, and our quickest one is in 2 days. We got everything through, and 164 review party. We had OMB. We had some of our biggest challenges have been within the executive branch, DNR, land department, GLAD, those kind of things. But I think we're pretty much over those humps now. Not everything that you bring, not everything that we bring will move that expeditiously, but 2 weeks is our big mark that we want to try to keep things under, and that's continuing to work every day. We're still moving federal money through. We're still moving grant money through. We're still moving all the the K accounts and general funds. So we're trying our hardest, and we're trying not to let it fail. And I go back to the point of when I was asked about if legislation should be drafted now regarding hardship money, and we made a commitment to spend every dollar or as much of it as we can, and we're working very expeditiously to get that done.
With regards to getting this process through and making sure that our policy for the ARPA Veterans Trust Fund housing is focusing only on veterans on Navajo Nation here within the Veterans Administration, that is something Kirk has already done the outline for, and like I said, we'll be working on that together, and I'm thinking that we should be able to get that done at least by Monday, I'm thinking at the very latest. Correct me if I'm wrong.
In the conversation that I had with Mr. Patero with the FRF group, what Mr. Gorlan, I'm not sure if you're familiar with what they've worked on for the ARPA funding. The only thing that we had in there that I think we needed to talk about was with the Sparrow Group being the sole contractor. So according to Mr. Patero, pretty much everything's ready to go, and it has been ready to go. But if that's where I'm not sure if the Sparrow Group is gonna be, if it's gonna be opened up for bids, then I'm not sure how fast that process is to put that in a newspaper, because according to the policies, it has to be put out for bid so people can bid on contracts. And I'm not sure how that would work, but I've had conversations with David, and I told him what the ARPA folks told me, Tom Patero's team. And that's where I was hoping on Monday we would have a better idea. We didn't have to finalize anything on Monday, but we could have had a better idea of what it was that we kind of a plan to move forward with that ARPA funding. But I'm not sure, see, this is where I'm running into an issue where I don't know what the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. So I reached out to Tom Patero, and I thought it was all sunshine and rainbows, and we're gonna start building right away, but I don't know if we're taking a big step back or. So it would be good to talk to Mr. Patero, I think, with Ms. Bowen. We can sit down with his team.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hunter, sign them off.
Okay, just with regards to the Sparrow contract, are you talking about the manufacturing facilities?
No, that's a whole different ballgame.
Which specific contract were they given to build homes?
You guys didn't communicate with Mr. Patero. I was under the assumption that he did, because he's like, yeah, we're good to go. And that's when I walked in on Thursday morning. He brought in Lisa, Jim, and two other gentlemen. And he showed me the contract, and that's what I forwarded to Ms. Baldwin. And then also the rules that they play by. And then I said, okay, Monday, Mr. Patero would like to have a meeting with us in Albuquerque. And the Sparrow Group will be hosting that meeting. So.
Okay.
That's where that went, but I'm not.
Again, I'm not sure if we're on the same, the only 30 million, the only contract that I know for Sparrow is to design and construct 3 regional housing manufacturing facilities. That's the only one I know. I don't know of them building any houses. I know 50 million that's been designated for CHID, 50 million for veterans, 15.5 million to Navajo land. So I think we're giving you the right information, and that $30 million sole source contract is the one that we're contemplating change right now. And again, that's what we would bring to legislative for a quick review of making sure that we get, because I think we need to decide where this is going to be built, if anything, for manufactured housing. Otherwise, everybody's going to go off the reservation for manufactured housing, and we're not going to benefit here locally. So that's the only one I know as far as Sparrow is concerned. Aside from the contract that was with them, the Veterans Office already preceding.
I guess you can add that on to your report, because we'll need completed information on that.
I'll include the contract number,
Yeah.
yes.
Honorable Toll.
Again, thank you, Chairman Sunny, Chairman. Long day here, so has the community, Mr. Sandra will go and respond. That's your question. We have veterans in place, right? That's 6-year contract, please, that's not good. We'd like to do that to 4 years, I guess the president wanted 4 years. We do commit to that.
Yes.
We get the veterans act in place. And just put a hiring of the director, I don't know how you feel about it. Advisory council, the director is a member. We had a little issue on it, we wanted to director be, not being a member of the advisory issue, and fish that over 3 I can sponsor that for you guys. We have time to work on it because that veterans are still in the place, so and this to be changed. Right, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we will stay in touch with you on that matter and
Yeah.
make sure that we communicate with you.
Any other questions, committee members? Colleagues? Pointed out. No other questions? With that, I do believe that we did have a motion. Made by the Honorable Paulina Manfredi and Curtis Benito. Are there any other questions? If not, if there's no other questions, we went over this. We started this report since 1:41 p.m. and we're still on it, so that should pretty much play that we really need to start working together and respecting one another and trying to get this stuff situated and resolved. So thank you again. So I will go ahead and call for a vote to accept the report regarding now veterans housing. Honorable Curtis Benito. Honorable Poe.
Yes, in favor, sir.
Honorable Dr. Nez.
Green, thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
I vote green.
Honorable Helena Nance Bouquet. She texted via text. So with that, we do have 5 members in favor, 0 opposed, and 10 not voting. With that, you are hereby excused. Following chief of staff. And then also, Mr. Ferguson, I can't make sure. We'll look forward to you guys. With that, moving on to item number 6, which is old business. There is none. Moving on to 7 under new business. We do have item A, legislation number 00. Legislation number 0097-3. Sponsored by Honorable Delegate Dr. Andrew Nance. And we do have Delegate Dr. Nance on the call as well. So with that, I will go ahead and give staff the time to read legislation number 0097-3 into record.
Mr. Chair, and it looks like the Health Education and Human Services Committee, we have their first and years 1800 first year sponsor is Dr. Yes, tracking number 0097. Title 4 legislation budget finance committee. We have your exhibit A, that's attached on the legislative cell by the Division of Services. It has gone through this once it's being reviewed. The Department of Justice checklist is attached. Also attached is -32-3, which is a legislation as indicated, and so attachments for that particular resolution. Mr. Chair.
Again, thank you. It's the knowledge from reading legislation number 0097-3 into the records. Do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Curtis Benito, and then second made by Honorable Helena Nance Bouquet. Committee members, there's 2 ways to do this. There is a question. We'll give the sponsor and his agent 20 minutes to provide information regarding legislation number 0097-23. If there is no questions, then we'll just move on to a vote. Are there any questions, committee members? Going once, going twice, 3 times. So with that, we have a motion made by the Honorable Curtis Unito, second by Honorable Alina Nancy Gay. I will go to roll call for legislation number 0097-23. Honorable Unito. Green. Honorable
Agree.
Honorable Dr. Nance.
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
I vote green.
Honorable Alina Nancy Gay.
I vote green.
So with that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, legislation number 0097-23 is approved and adopted here at Public Education Human Service Committee, and it will now move on to Budget and Finance Committee. So with that, moving on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cody. Okay. And Dr. Dennis. Moving on to item number 7, new business, item B. With that, I will go ahead and give the floor to Honorable Alina Nancy Gay to chair the meeting so I can sponsor this legislation number 0079-23. With that, right into the record, and then I'll give you Honorable Alina Nancy Gay.
Madam Chair, I'm going to miss today and help the health education and services. The other education council, now we council resolution, now we council for introduced by Minister Police as sponsor. Tracking the 0079-23 and that relates law and order, health education and services and police and now council. Amending to EC section 403, moving on for the health education and human services. The legislation does move on to the nominating committee. And the legislation does have a council letter from the Office of Legislative Council. And also the document is served as a 5-day comment period. No comments were received. And we have the law and order committee report. For the legislation 0079-23, and it indicates a due pass with no amendment, and the vote was 203. All right. Madam Chair,
okay, let's show, we need a motion, okay, motion by Honorable Tote, second by Unito. Okay, do we have any question from the committee?
We would call.
Okay. Any committee online, do we have any questions? Going once, twice? None, so let's go, have a vote on this. Roll call vote, Honorable and Honorable Tote. Honorable Dr. Andy Nance.
I vote green.
Vice Chair Simonson.
I vote green.
Chair Lance Spinks.
Delegate Jane votes straight.
We have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and vote can't voting. And we go pass this on to the council. So go back to you, Chair.
If you had done, Shada, thank you for that, and then always thank you for voting on the 2 legislation. Moving on to item number 7C, which is travel 2023 graduation certificates invitation to testing members, committee members. We do have Friday, May the 12th at 10 a.m. the Net College, St. Helena, Arizona, and then Shiprock and Crown Point. And then on Friday, May 12th at 10 a.m. Navajo Technical University, Crown Point, Navajo Nation, New Mexico. So we do have, I believe, Honorable Dr. Andy Nance and myself that is going to the Net College on Friday.
Excuse me, do you charge for this?
We don't charge for them, like universities, anything like that.
Okay.
College Technical Committee members. If not, I believe for Friday, May the 12th, Navajo Technical University, Honorable Helena Nance Gay is attending that one. And then Honorable George Hope is attending that one as well. So we get that, Ms. Benal.
Mr. Chair, there was a notification. I did contact Dene College and the Navajo Technical University. And they indicated that the invitations were sent to all the delegates. And for Dene College, they sent them to Chief of Staff Rico for, to just I guess disperse to all the delegates, and then the delegates with RSVP. So the speaker's office is actually handling. I didn't receive anything, so that's why I was reaching out to the two universities to make sure that they were suited for you guys were taking care of. But I think that the speaker's office is taking care of all of them. It's just the delegate just needs to RSVP.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, but for the record, we know who's going which way and who's attending what. So with that, we don't need a motion in a second, or we don't need a vote on it. And so with that, moving on to item number 8, which is close of meeting announcement. Honorable Toll.
Just to let chair members, individual by the name Orlando Teller in Navajo, formally sworn in as Assistant Secretary of Transportation. USDOT. Sworn in to be wait. We've got a good chance to ask for more money. What's on that?
Thank you, Honorable Toll. Committee member, I apologize. I was looking at the whole agenda, not the revised agenda. I did skip new business D, which is the review of draft working document of the 2024 New Mexico educational priorities in preparation for the 2023 semi-annual Indian education government to government meeting on May 11th and 12th at Santa Ana Star Casino Hotel, New Mexico. We do have the draft information before us and the listing before us. So with that was prepared by our legislative advisor, Ms. Finale. So are there any questions pertaining to that? If not, I'll go ahead and call for a motion and a second to accept the document that was provided to us for the tribal education place. A motion made by Curtis Anito, second made by Honorable George Hope. There is no questions. So
Chair members, thank you. When you go into these meeting with other state, we should have a position like this. Is 80. So this gives a good point to bring the building and there's some big John, thank you.
Ms. Benoni?
Just for a point, the agenda for the meeting with, in Santa Ana tomorrow does not have Navajo Nation on their agenda. Okay, the only reference to Navajo Nation is for the benediction for that the Vice President Montoya is going to offer, and that's at the end of day 2. But Navajo Nation is not listed on there, which is disappointing because all the other governors of the pueblos are listed. So that's somewhat of an issue. And I did put that, not specifically, but I did reference that the state needed to do a better job in contacting Navajo Nation on that, including Navajo Nation, to have them at the table. And I put other things like the bills that we didn't, agree with, this past legislative session. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan, for that. So, without hold the short, you guys can probably make that amendment, make that request there tomorrow. You guys are present here for the meeting. But again, none of that, there's no other questions, comments, if there's none. We do have a motion made by Honorable Curtis Unito, second by Honorable Felix Poe. I'll go ahead and call for a vote. Honorable Unito. In favor. Honorable Toll. In favor. Honorable Dr. Nancy. Honorable Dr. Okay, thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Vote green.
Honorable Helena Mansfield. Vote green. With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Again, thank you. Are there any other announcements? If there's no other announcement, then I will go ahead and call for a motion for adjourn. Motion made by Honorable Unito. We will have a second to adjourn.
Yes.
Honorable Helena Mansfield. Motions to adjourn. And just remember that our next regular meeting is May 17th and May 24th. With that, roll call vote, Honorable Curtis Unito. In favor, thank you. Honorable Toll. Oh, favor. Honorable Dr. Nance.
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
I vote green.
Honorable Helena Mansfield.
I vote green.
With that, for adjournment, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 chair not voting. So with that, we do hereby adjourn at 4:34 p.m. Safe travel, everyone. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, oh. Sunday, shoot. Build a home back.
Yeah, it's not number.
That's a name.
Remember they said they had someone shoot that guy that was shooting, remember the